Testing.
Good.
Okay, we're on the record, RM 89, and Mr. Borkowski is going to lead us today. But before we begin with him, I just want to ask all of those who are participating today, brevity would be appreciated. There's a lot of issues in play, and I've read through all of your filings. Everybody here has read through filings. So sort of get to the point as quickly as possible so we can move on. I think our goal is to try to accomplish some very important things today, but we won't be able to do that if we get stuck on particular issues. So with that in mind, Mr. Borkowski.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners and Chair Hoover. John Borkowski, I'm on behalf of the Distribution System Planning Work Group leader, Judge Chuck McLean, who's not able to be with us today. And the DSP work group considered the statutory requirements for electric system planning in the Climate Solutions Now Act to promote a set of 12 state policy goals, and also the Electric System Planning Scope and Funding Act, which changed the work group's focus to electric system planning, among other things. In addition, we considered the Nabruck-Nazio Jade process maps and several commission orders in the development of the regulations proposed for approval by the commission today. These regulations, I want to make sure I emphasize this, but these regulations are required by December 31st, 2025 by statute. That means they should be effective by then, and that's only 6 months from now. Also, I just want to note that these regulations, once approved, will result in an annual multi-day technical conference for commission consideration of electric company annual system plan updates and also preliminary electric system plans. And that first conference, should we have regulations approved today, would be in August 2026, so approximately a year from now.
Okay, and John, Mr. Borkowski, can I just stop you there? So because you're proposing annual proceedings, to the extent that in that first proceeding we identify areas that we need to better focus on, we can always come back and revise the regulations, correct?
Correct. I think you bring up an important point in that, you know, the regulations that we're proposing today are not an endpoint. You know, what's most important now is to start the DSP process. I mean, we've been considering this for several years now, but what's most important is to start it to meet our statutory responsibility to implement electric system planning regulations by the end of the year. And as we conduct the new planning process, as you indicated, you know, we're undoubtedly going to learn lessons. And, you know, for that reason, the work group should remain intact. not only to incorporate those lessons learned, but also further explore some of the non-consensus areas so that we could propose future regulation modifications, at an appropriate time. So with that, there are a number of significant areas of non-consensus in the regulations. I won't go into it. I'm sure these stakeholders will be more than happy to let you know their views, and they already have. I also want to just mention up front that Judge McLean's May 1st, 2025 cover letter briefly describes the usage of as feasible terminology in the regulations. This was proposed in certain cases by electric companies to reduce the number of waivers that they will need to adopt these regulations because, the electric companies are still building their planning capabilities in several areas. So that is a generic issue that you can either deal with up front or as we go through the regulations each time it's used. In addition, there was considerable non-consensus on metrics within the work group. I won't say too much about that because I'm sure the stakeholders will weigh in, but we did provide a spreadsheet in our May 1st filing with a number of proposed metrics that the commission decision would be whether to remand some of those metrics back to the appropriate work groups or have the distribution system planning work group work on those. So those are the two sort of big, overall issues. But other than that, there are a number of specific issues that the stakeholders are going to want to weigh in on. So at this point, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair, unless you want me to run through and pace the meeting.
Madam Chair.
Well, we can share the work. So I guess the question is, do you think it's more expeditious for us to call the parties up, or would you like to go through each section of COMAR and discuss the proposed changes?
Okay. What I would recommend, because there are a number of items that stakeholders just want to make a generic comment about. If you would be willing to allow the stakeholders to get up and make some time-limited generic comments, and then we can get into the specific comments as we go through regulations one by one.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Do you think can we do it in 5 minutes, and then we can get to the more specific?
I think 5 minutes is a good time constraint. That'll take us, looking at the list of people who want to say something, it'll probably take us about 35 to 40 minutes.
Okay,
If you
so
wanna-
Mr. Burkowski, why don't you call them? You have the list of, sure, please.
Yeah, just as we get started, I would just want to make note that it was probably one of the first things I worked on in 2016 when we got here, and that was PC 44. And at the time, I realized that was something that was going to be very important and something I was excited about working on from the very beginning. And I think it really underpins the recognition that meeting our state goals, meeting our state environmental objectives, reliability and affordability don't have to be incompatible. But at the base, it has to have a distribution and a transmission system that are intentionally planned to support those efforts. And so I just wanted to, as we're going into this, I know we don't want to rush anything. But I just want to make note that we have been doing this since 2016, and if I had my druthers, I wish we were further along right now. But, there's no time like the present, so I hope we can get something in these regulations soon. Because, again, I think the demands on our system are more, it's more urgent than ever because we're seeing, the system just get more and more expensive, but we're not making that much progress in developing our system to meet the needs of our RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standard, to really support some of the innovative ideas in demand response or being prepared for virtual power plants are really just achieving what we need to as a state to be supportive where we can of our own resource adequacy, but again, be, I guess, a good part of PJM and being able to pull our weight, but also promote ideas that, again, on the distribution system, on the transmission system, and while we need to look at the whole PJM for more holistic planning, we really need to start at home, and we need to start with our own utilities as we plan our distribution system, make sure that it also considers the transmission system, and then we can also then bring the needed generation assets, the DERs, the storage, and then I think we will achieve getting the affordability part in place and achieve the reliability and again, advance all of our state initiatives. So I just wanted to start at the outset since, this was something that was exciting to me at the very beginning in 2016. I hope we can, as I leave here, this will be the launching off point to maybe really see some real tangible outcomes. And I would just add, I think there's some intriguing ideas with the utilities wanting to have maybe a bigger role in resources, having it in DER ownership and that type of thing. But I don't think it's possible unless there's true integration between the distribution systems and the transmission system. Otherwise, there won't be those benefits of affordability, of efficiency.
Right.
And so I would just make that one last editorial comment, since I probably wouldn't have made that editorial comment if I were going to be voting on any of this stuff. But I just wanted to make that point.
Well, I think you're going to be voting today.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully I didn't. Hopefully I didn't. I didn't
Oh,
put
no,
all
no,
my
no, no,
biases
no.
there on the table, though.
We're not leaving here until we vote. Since this
I just think this is something very important.
This is Commissioner Richard's last RM, so for no other reason, this is going to be a nice parting gift.
Right where I started and kind of where I'm ending here. So.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner Richard. What I'd like to propose is that we start with staff, since they're sitting at the panel table, and then afterwards we invite OPC, and then we can go through the third parties, and then the utilities can bat cleanup.
Okay, and just to remind folks, 5 minutes, and if you do less, then we will like you better.
Good day, Madam Chair, Chair Hoover, and Commissioners. Jennifer Purvis, appearing on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission, and with me today are Mike Dean and DeAndre Wilson, also appearing on behalf of staff. Staff filed comments on the proposed regulations on June 4th. Staff witness DeAndre Wilson is here to answer any questions on those comments and the revisions that staff suggested to the proposed rules.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just a brief summary of staff comments in regards to this DSP work group filings. The scope of staff's comments are, we request that the Commission provide some clarity, and we want to state that integrated ESP should include relevant asset replacement, reliability, resilience, and grid modernization planning information, which we've proposed in the regulations. We've also asked for some direction in regards to reliability and resilience, and if they should primarily be addressed in other dockets or this specific docket in these specific areas. We also believe, or we support metrics, but we feel like there needs to be more direction provided in regards to which metrics would be relevant to this particular docket and which metrics should remain in the other dockets. And in addition, we just want to avoid any certain language we are proposing to be removed, just to prevent any potential problematic loopholes within the proposed regulations. So that's just a short summary of what we are proposing.
Okay, any questions? So I just have one very quick question, and actually maybe just as sort of a placeholder, when we begin discussing metrics, how to find a way of integrating any metrics we're using here with metrics in other proceedings that relate to distribution system planning. And that's not something that we need to talk about now, but when we get to the specifics of metrics, I would like to be able to discuss that. And the last thing we want is, metrics here that are sort of similar but not quite the same as metrics in another proceeding. Very hard to be able to compare and have them. I mean, the best case scenario is if you have consistent metrics in all of the proceedings.
Like I said, I think there's pretty much consensus that we all, the various stakeholders and staff, want metrics or think metrics should be provided within this docket. I think it's just a matter of, and staff's concern is overburdening staff and the utilities with information that may not be directly relevant to the goals of ESP or the 12 CSNA goals that kind of outline the purpose for DSP or ESP.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to Jake Auslander at OPC.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jacob Auslander on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. I'm joined today by Jonah Baskin, who's also with OPC, and Mr. Andy Iden from the Current Energy Group, who is serving as our subject matter expert in this proceeding. The electric system planning regulations currently under review are meant to chart how our utilities prepare for the future, a future defined by electrification, decarbonization, and distributed energy. The problem is, the rules as written still treat this transformation like it's optional. Maryland's energy transformation is underway. We're not dealing with incremental changes anymore. We're facing structural shifts, and we need a planning framework that's transparent, aligned, and enforceable. Without that, we risk locking ourselves into a business-as-usual model that cannot meet Maryland's climate or affordability goals. One of the most fundamental shortcomings in the rules as written is the lack of integration. The proposed regulations effectively sanction a fragmented planning model, one in which climate policy, grid resilience, energy efficiency, and distributed energy adoption are handled in separate silos, with no coherent process to reconcile or coordinate them. That's not how the grid works, and it's not how planning should work either. Maryland's energy goals can only be achieved through an integrated electric system planning framework, one that looks across programs and technologies to identify real opportunities and avoid costly, conflicting investments. This lack of integration is compounded by the absence of performance metrics. For a rulemaking effort that is supposed to reshape utility planning in Maryland, the current proposal contains 2 metrics. Not 2 categories, but 2 metrics. That's wholly inadequate. If we're not measuring performance, then we're not managing it. And metrics are how we evaluate whether plans are working, whether course corrections are needed, and when we're getting value for what ratepayers are being asked to fund. Planning also needs to include serious consideration of non-wires alternatives, not just default to traditional capital upgrades. Distributed energy resources, targeted efficiency, and storage can solve grid needs at lower cost, but only if they're actually part of the planning process and not treated as afterthoughts. And let's be clear, this isn't about adding process just for the sake of it. It's about creating the kind of visibility and accountability that ensures utilities are planning with the public interest in mind, not just filing new paperwork and continuing current inadequate planning processes. And these are not minor filings. Utilities will only be required to submit full system plans once every 3 years, and those plans will lock in infrastructure investments that shape Maryland's grid for the next 10 to 20 years. If we get this wrong now, we're locking in on the wrong path. That's why Commission approval of electric system plans must be a part of this process. Without approval, there is no mechanism to compel revisions to deficient plans, no consequence for ignoring stakeholder input, and no enforcement of alignment with Maryland's energy laws. And to be very clear, not approving a plan itself is a policy decision. It's a decision to preserve a status quo that has failed to deliver transparency, coordination, or real stakeholder access. It's a decision to allow utilities to continue making important planning decisions affecting everyone in Maryland behind closed doors, without clear alignment with state mandates. We've reviewed the comments filed by other parties, and I want to briefly respond to a claim made in Exelon's comments, that OPC has somehow turned its back on its previous statements. That previous statement was, a new distribution planning process should be transparent, driven by data, and promote stakeholder participation and decision-making. The opposite of a rate case. Exelon uses that line to suggest that we previously opposed technical or metrics-based oversight, and that's a complete mischaracterization. Distribution planning should be transparent, data-driven, and participatory, unlike the opaque, backward-looking nature of traditional rate cases. That's the entire reason we've consistently called for a reformed electric system planning framework. In our straw proposal, in the comments filed in this rulemaking proceeding, and throughout this rulemaking work group. And that is one that is technical, metric-rich, and stakeholder-driven. Ensuring that there is technical rigor for stakeholders who have expertise to engage on that level does not somehow preclude the process from also enabling broad stakeholder participation on less technical levels. The process can and should invite both. To suggest that OPC has changed its position or no longer welcomes robust public participation is a complete misstatement. Exelon's interpretation mischaracterizes OPC's position and attempts to turn a call for reform into a defense of the status quo. Turning back to the positions that we've actually taken in this docket, I would like to note that the Commission approval of a plan is not pre-approval of costs. It's not a blank check. It's a finding that the plan is directionally consistent with Maryland's policy mandates and meets the requirements of the regulations, not that every project is prudent or cost-effective. That determination would still occur in rate cases. But without plan approval, the entire planning framework lacks consequences and accountability. And to be clear, failing to act on these items doesn't preserve neutrality, it preserves inertia. And the General Assembly has already said that inertia is not an option. The Climate Solutions Now Act and HB 1393 both demand a modern grid planning process that is truly transparent and invites meaningful stakeholder participation. With that in mind, we've proposed a set of uniform planning disclosures to bring daylight into the process. Utilities should not be allowed to assert forecasts or constraints without showing their work. Without common data, we can't compare plans, verify assumptions, or participate meaningfully in this process. Without transparency, we won't have planning. We will have storytelling. We do not believe that our proposal will cause an unbearable resource drain on the Commission, utilities, or other stakeholders. To the extent the Commission disagrees, we recommend adopting something that we had proposed in our straw proposal, that the utilities would file on a staggered schedule. And that rolling schedule could include BGE filing in 2026, Pepco and Delmarva filing in 2027, and Smecco and Potomac Edison filing in 2028. That would allow for meaningful review and engagement. It's a practical, no-regrets change. I would emphasize, however, that a staggered schedule should only be considered if the regulations create a truly robust electric system planning process, one that includes the recommended changes and additions proposed by OPC. Finally, we urge the Commission to commit to a Phase 3 process to address the structural issues that haven't been resolved in this phase, meaning to the extent that they are not adopted in this rulemaking. And that includes coordination with gas utilities, transmission integration, DER contributions to reliability, and planning for large loads like data centers. If we leave these issues unresolved, we're not building a modern planning framework. We're just renaming the old one. And let me close with this. OPC supports proactive electric system planning, but planning without oversight, without integration, without metrics, and without alignment is not planning. It's storytelling, with billions of dollars and our climate goals hanging in the balance. Maryland deserves better. The stakes, reliability, affordability, and climate resilience demand better. We look forward with working with the Commission and others to develop a planning process that is aligned with Maryland's policy mandates and capable of delivering on the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, so I have just one comment, and we can take it up later. I'm not clear about the consequences of approval. And I worry about the consequences of approval, as opposed to a proceeding where we have robust consideration of the proposals, and the Commission makes findings about whether it's consistent with COMAR without necessarily approving it, because ultimately the approval process comes in the rate making process, where we look to what's being proposed, and I'm expecting that distribution system planning, the results from that will play a key role in our consideration of whether spend was prudent. So that's, I think, where the approval process comes in. I'm concerned about creating a new approval process where I'm not really sure what the consequences of that would be, and I worry that will confuse the prudency review.
Well, we submitted pretty lengthy comments on this topic, and we
No, I read your comments.
Sure, and I believe that the proposal that we're putting forward would be that the commission would be approving the direction and structure of the distribution plans that are being proposed by the utilities. The ultimate question of whether costs should be recovered for any investments included in those plans would occur in rate cases.
No, but the problem is that once the proposals come up in a rate case, the utility would be able to rely on determinations that we made in the distribution system planning process, and I'm not sure that is the right place to be making. I mean, we're going to be making sort of pre-prudency determinations, and even if you don't call it a prudency determination, and I'm just not sure, and I'm not sure we gain much from it as opposed to a proceeding where we look to see whether the utilities really engaged in robust analysis, whether they did the things that were consistent with COMAR, without having to get into this question about what does approval mean.
So, we believe other states are taking the approach that we're advocating for, where they do, and they've specifically said in orders that they're not making a prudency determination by approving a distribution system plan. And so we'd ask you to, what we're asking you to do is not forging new ground, but taking an approach to distribution system planning that provides for some level of accountability and commission oversight, and that includes commission approval of
Right,
plans.
but we can do that without approving. I mean, we can look to what the utility is proposing in the process and say, that's not consistent with COMAR. And we can send them back and tell them to come up with a better plan.
I guess that depends on how detailed the COMAR provisions end up being. The ones that are before you now, I don't believe would allow you to do that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bukowski, next.
Okay, the MEA is the last state agency before I called a third party, so Joyce Lombardi from MEA.
Wonderful. Should I get the podium?
Oh, I think you can come to the table.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joyce Lombardi from the Maryland Energy Administration. Thank you very much. I will be pithy. You do have our filed comments, and I will simply say I'm going to echo some of the comments made by Commissioner Richard on the importance of this docket. It is the culmination of PC 44 and a lot of work, and for us, it's one of the most important dockets before you, and so thank you for the opportunity. You have our comments. Planning is the key arena for public spending, and so we take this docket, as you do and the other stakeholders, very seriously. Just going to emphasize one point that wasn't in our comments, which is the as feasible language. You'll be discussing it here. We absolutely support that being stricken, and I think that there is, in maybe some staff or some others, they left language that says as appropriate. We would not, for the same reasons, approve, or I'm sorry, we wouldn't want the word appropriate to be in there because that might be an undefined word, the same as feasibility. I think feasibility occurs, as we'll see, in about 4 places, might be more, but it's certainly for the, our comments say, for load forecasting, is one of them, locational value analysis. There's a couple others. Certainly would not support it there for the reasons stated. As our comment said, and I'll just repeat here, we sided with and we support the red line versions of OPC. We absolutely support staff as well. And the reason that we did that is even though MEA as a state agency may not necessarily need all of the data ourselves in-house at this point, this is a paradigm shift in how we look at these issues. We need a 360 view, And we as a state agency absolutely wholeheartedly support OPC, staff, other stakeholders getting the data that they need, and you, the commission, to look at these issues together. It is a sea change, it is hard, and so we're looking forward to everyone playing their roles. And so at this point, MEA would urge you and request you to err on the side of more data and transparency in these regulations. We assume they will be fine-tuned during this process, during the technical conferences, but at this point, more data, metrics. I think staff and OPC talked about this being an integrated docket and something holistic. We absolutely support that for those reasons. Work groups are fine. No one wants to duplicate efforts, but to have one place where all the stakeholders can look and discuss these issues, this would be that place. I think the only two places that we specifically asked you, the commission, to perhaps look with fresh eyes is mandatory integration with gas and electric planning. I understand there's a lot of technical issues there, but at least to begin the conversations, we supported OPC. I think they had it in their C1 appendix. We wholeheartedly support that. Same with transmission planning, as you pointed out, Commissioner Richard. The draft regulations you do have some language to kind of support that. We also support, I think OPC had C2. Our other comments you have before you, I won't repeat them, but thank you for this opportunity.
Just a comment, and that is, do you see some similarities between, I think, one of our very successful programs that this is something we do here, and that is the reliability planning work groups, and the fact that we do have a process where there's a lot of transparency and opportunities for stakeholders to and state agencies to be involved with, I would say, setting requirements, setting standards, and also, if you will, setting almost a roadmap for how we're going to get there. And I think it provides some opportunities when we get to rate cases to really kind of measure capital expenditures, the utility programs with that roadmap. So do you see this as a kind of a model that we could follow? Again, something that we would get out of, having a good system planning process to set that roadmap. Obviously, we don't get to prudency until we actually, see a program proposed and then executed. But again, I think on the reliability, we've seen a lot of good progress in our state because of that initiative, and it seems like that could be a model. I just would interested your comment, just because it did seem to, when I read your filing, it was a thought that came to mind.
Sure, and so we do support more commission oversight in this process, and we said that. In your question, to the extent is the amount of commission oversight in the reliability docket, would that be a model for distribution system planning? I'd say off the cuff, maybe, but we're certainly looking at maybe more oversight in the technical conference. I mean, the reliability docket does have possible penalties. It has some accountability. It has some clear metrics. So, yes, more of that. I think in OPC's comments, and they could speak better to this, the commission oversight in this process, being iterative, but also not necessarily being a prudency review. I think the reliability docket could serve as a model. And I think, and this isn't exactly responsive to your question, but that it is one siloed docket, and I'm not sure how flexible the reliability docket is to constant fine-tuning and change. And I think maybe, perhaps, as we go forward, the distribution system planning docket, electric system planning, excuse me, could have more.
Mm-hmm. I agree, it's broader.
So maybe, not just broader, but even a paradigm shift of more transparency, more data, maybe more than we've had before.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I actually have a sort of I think a follow-up comment, and I guess in terms of siloed, I mean, sort of the ultimate silo that would be truly representative of a failed process is if the distribution system planning process goes along, even if we were to approve that, and then the rate case is totally reflective of a completely different approach. So that the distribution system planning process is sort of moving along here and has stakeholder engagement, and then the utilities come before us for increasing rates, and all of their build and spend has no relationship back to the system planning process. So that's where, and I think that's where I was sort of getting to you before. It's less of an approval of the planning process and more an importance of connecting those two. One necessarily has to feed into the other. And it is an iterative process, and it's an organic process. Things are constantly changing, but that stakeholder engagement should then be reflected in what the utilities come before us in a prudency review to get cost recovery for. So as good as the system planning process is, even if we approve it, if it has no impact on what the utilities are proposing for cost recovery, then we failed.
I agree, Commissioner Suchman, Chair Suchman. I absolutely agree, and I think when we say this is a sea change, we don't want big surprises in rate cases, right? And so I think we at MEA and others, we're trying to meet with utilities now. You'll see our filed position, but it's too late, right? It's too late. This process, stakeholder engagement in this process, even before the technical conference that's going to happen in August, here's what we're asking for. Here's the data that we want. Here's the uniform disclosures. We're very interested in load forecasting and locational value analysis. And then your non-wires alternative, are they cost effective? Like all of the things and the metrics that you're seeing in here, we're really interested in having those robust conversations before the technical conference among stakeholders, so by the time you get to the rate case, there's not going to be a lot of surprises and we're standing up and saying, no, they failed the prudency review. So we hope the rate case isn't the place to necessarily enforce and make policy, but this is.
Right.
I don't know if that's responsive, but that's how we see
Well,
it.
and that's what I would like to see. I'm not sure we get it with an approval process in the system planning process, but if there's a way to tie one to the other, I think that's what I would like to see.
Thank you. And if I may.
Please.
We dropped in, one of the things that we at MEA are looking at is load forecasting is one way to tie it all together. OPC and staff also talked about that, but maybe that might be a place for a performance incentive mechanism to kind of tee up the places that are very important. Once we get to the rate case, we can look, but it's, putting our money where our values are. It's a side, but it's also related.
All right. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to excuse the state agencies from the panel table and invite the third-party commenters. Sierra Club, David Captain and Sari Amiel, Mr. Paul Vershinsky, and Dr. Al Bartlett from CPSR. I have no particular order, so I'm going to start with Sierra Club to my right.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sari Amiel, and I'm appearing on behalf of Sierra Club. As noted in our comments, can you all hear me okay? This commission must play an integral role in achieving Maryland's ambitious climate goals. This includes addressing, of course, new generation and storage resources. However, it also includes planning for and servicing the new, large, and novel forms of electric loads that will rapidly appear on the grid as transportation electrifies. None of the parties dispute this reality. The Commission must keep this front of mind in this electric system planning rulemaking, as well as case number 9478 and in other electrification-oriented dockets. Sierra Club previously described how other states are addressing distribution grid planning and expansion processes to support their EV goals and pollution reduction mandates in our comments in case number 9478, where the Commission is currently considering utilities' proposed Phase 2 programs. Maryland currently lacks anything similar to the grid planning processes and requirements in other states. The proposed regulations do nothing to remedy that, nor is a consensus-based process structured to deliver the policy changes that will ultimately be necessary. The proposed regulations do not require utilities to sufficiently and in a timely manner modernize and improve their distribution system planning and investment processes, as would be needed to comply with existing state climate and electrification policies. These policies include the Climate Solutions Now Act, which requires a 60% emission reduction by 2031, as well as carbon neutrality by 2045, and other legislation including the Energy Storage Act, Next Generation Energy Act, Renewable Portfolio Standard, Building Energy Performance Standards, Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks rules, and many others. A strong distribution system planning process really must include coordination with utility customers that have received federal grants for electrification efforts, interconnection and energization timelines, which essentially constrain how long it can take utilities to connect new loads to the grid, granular load forecasting, which also accounts for all existing state electrification policies as well as market trends and federal funds, hosting capacity analyses that are transparently shared with utility customers, and pre-authorization of utility investments in urgent and necessary distribution system upgrades. Given that EVs present the largest source of new loads, those loads are dispersed across the grid and they can come online very quickly, and given utilities' resistance to include robust EV planning in the present docket, we still urge the Commission to require all of these planning and investment elements in case number 9478. Then the Commission should require utilities to integrate the information that they develop through that planning process in that other docket into their larger distribution system plans in this docket. Essentially, these different dockets, as some other commenters have mentioned, really need to be synergistic, not siloed and separate. The Commission should be using case number 9478 to provide the near-term authorizations and requirements to meet the unique and near-term needs for high-speed and medium and heavy-duty EV charging needs.
Thank you, Sari. My name is David Cathan, and I've been participating on behalf of the Sierra Club in the distribution system work group since September of 23. I'm going to go briefly through the high level of our comments, which you have it before you, so you don't need to. I need to go into detail. So here are the first. We recommend that utilities submit electric system plans every 3 years, beginning in the year the regulations take effect. The regulations lack clarity in this area and need revision. In particular, the regulations state that the frequency of the plans should be a minimum of every 3 years. That is too vague and would imply that utilities could file them as long as 10 years apart. Second, require utilities to address existing state greenhouse gas and climate policies in their near-term plans, not just in their mid and long-term plans. As currently drafted, the utilities do not need to address existing state mandates and goals in their near-term plans, which are defined as covering years 1 through 3, only the mid and long-term plans. As a result, utilities will not have to address Maryland's greenhouse gas and climate mandates until 27 or 28, even if these mandates have been on the books since 2020. Third, remove utilities' opportunity to evade regulations by deeming them infeasible. The regulations incorporate the phrase "if feasible" throughout. Fourth, provide greater specificity in the DER and load forecast sections. In particular, the regulations should expand the set of DERs to be forecasted. Fifth, include the hosting capacity assessments features that have the potential to reduce load, including bidirectional vehicle to grid, charging, flexible interconnection, dynamic load management, and any other measures that can enable the more efficient use of existing grid resources without necessitating infrastructure upgrades. Sixth, require utilities to meet all the metrics proposed by OPC. And seventh, add many clarification to vague provisions that we identified in our comments, many of which were also highlighted by other parties. And finally, the Commission should not require parties to formally intervene in order to qualify as stakeholders. and should expressly reserve its authority to decide whether to approve utilities plans and should require utilities to make changes to plans that the Commission deems insufficient. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Dr. Al Bartlett of CPSR.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Alfred Bartlett. I'm board member and energy policy lead for Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, or CPSR. I'm a retired pediatrician and public health physician, but in 2015 I retired, and since that time have been focused on the clean energy transition in Maryland, specifically focused at the initial time on community solar, by being a member for almost 7 years of the net metering working group that worked on the regulations and monitoring of that until it became a permanent program in 2023. In that process with community solar, I came to realize that the distribution grid was a significant constraint on the expansion of solar in Maryland. And so in 2021 and 2022, I worked with legislators to draft the 2022 Grid Act, which then became incorporated as Subtitle 8 of the Climate Solutions Now Act, which is now codified as Public Utility Articles 7-801 to 7-804, which is cited by the Commission in all of its orders since 2022 as the overarching framework for the distribution system planning process. In other words, achieving those state goals for energy transition, participation, and the inclusion of the new aspects of the distribution grid that need to be incorporated in order to make the energy transition are codified in that public utilities article, those public utility articles. From that perspective, you have our written comments, but I just want to join the broad agreement among other non-utility participants, including MEA and OPC, that the proposed regulations are not yet adequate to achieve the state's clean energy, greenhouse gas reduction, and those PUA goals. As Commissioner Richard made the point that 2016 PC 44, which was intended originally to last 18 months, specified that we were to transform the electric distribution system, and since that time the utilities have been on notice that we would have to deal with the expansion of DERs, expansion of battery storage, maximizing advanced metering infrastructure, customer-friendly interconnection processes, and addressing the needs of low-income households. But when we look around, we do not see the progress that's required. In fact, the progress is quite limited, and often progress has required additional legislative or commission mandates. And that's why we make the observation that it's strongly needed to increase the specificity and to strengthen the regulations, because that is what will drive the process. And without strengthening and adding specificity to those regulations, we do not believe that this process will reach the goals that we've set for ourselves. So we support, among other things, the OPC's red line comments, particularly to Regulation .03, which is the core, the heart of the regulations, which is the one that drives the actual development of the plans. We support other organizations' emphasis on things like improved load forecasting, emphasis on locational value, and DERs as potential reliability assets. We agree that where determinations made in other working groups are made, they should be incorporated into the distribution or electric system planning process, because this is the place where all of those outputs are operationalized. And as PSC staff has noted, we support, and everyone else, we support the removal of this vague language that was added only in the last couple of meetings. After 3 years of work, the utilities added this as feasible language to basically essentially establish, as the staff says, loopholes or escape clauses, so that some of the key components of key regulations or key components of the regulation don't have to be observed. Finally, we do recognize there is significant disagreement on both the content of metrics and even the purpose of the metrics, but we believe very strongly that metrics are essential for all the reasons that have been described. For the utilities themselves to know whether they're making the progress they need to make, to know whether certain aspects of what they're doing is actually working and whether they're not working and what a course correction might be required, and for the commission and other stakeholders to know whether progress is being made and have the information to come back and help achieve the goals that we want to achieve in the state. In our written comments, we have identified, we actually proposed what is in the regulations now, which is that although JADE wants uniform metrics across all utilities, we have suggested that for now, that each utility be allowed to propose its own metrics, but in each of the key categories that represent key components of the plan process and the results of that planning process. And we have suggested in our written comments some specific state-of-the-art metrics or indicators taken from groups like Lawrence Berkeley Lab or NREL and others for some of those key components. And so I commend their review and potential incorporation by the utilities and by the commission. But we do support the suggestion that we need to do much more work on metrics, but we cannot have a planning process without metrics. Thank you.
Okay, last we have Paul Vershinsky representing himself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Sussman. I'm a former Director of Planning for the Federal Transit Administration. I participated in this work group for some 3 years and then ultimately walked away from it because I didn't think it was making any progress. And the area that I was most interested in was metrics. And I repeatedly asked the utilities, well, what would you be agreeable to? And it was basically dead silence. And, we say in the planning profession that, any road will get you there. Without a plan, it's not going to be pretty. And in fact, that's what's happened since 2016. I mean, we're almost 10 years down the road. And when I initially looked at the 10-year plans and I asked John, I said, so where can I find these? Because I don't see them on the utilities' websites. He said, oh, they're filed annually, and, this is where you can find them. So I took a look at them, and basically they were only dealing with winter and summer peaks, and that was it. I mean, you are not seeing any proactive way that the utilities were going ahead and incorporating DERs. Matter of fact, until they were forced to by legislation, they were not doing it. And, that's sad, especially since PC 44 told them emphatically, we are transforming the grid, and you need to be a part of this. I just got totally frustrated. Now, I'm in a number of other work groups. I'd like to deal with Commissioner Sussman's, well, we can get the metrics from these subgroups that we have under various cases. I would disagree, because those work groups have metrics for specific purposes. It's not for looking at what's happening in the grid holistically. For example, where I am in the EV work group, we're focused on reliability and uptime. And that's not the real issue that you have for EVs and EVSEs. You're going to want to know, well, where are they going to be attaching to the grid? What's the negatives? What's the positives? What can we do to mitigate that? And with your vehicle to grid rulemaking that you just did, that's going to become more and more of an item that you're going to want. I mean, rolling batteries is a whole lot better than paying for BESS in a whole lot of different areas, for example. So, in conclusion, I'd like to say I appreciate the comments that Commissioner Richard made when you started, I totally agree with those, as well as with OPC. But you're going to have to, unfortunately, because there is not consensus, you're going to have to make some decisions. And I know, having sat in your position as a regulator, that's a difficult stand to take. But I think you've got the backing through legislation in order to do this. So with that, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I actually appreciate your comments. I appreciate the frustration. Commissioner Richard is clearly frustrated, as are some of us as well. I think my point about the matrix, clearly, uptime is not going to be relevant for this proceeding, but to the extent we can incorporate the analysis that we're doing on storage or on vehicle to grid and use that in this process, then we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And that also helps us to better integrate distribution system planning with all the other things that we're doing. It may not be seamless, but if we can find a way to better incorporate the different proceedings, and if we can do that in part through some common language. I mean, it doesn't have to be an exact fit, but if we can have some common language in looking to see how different proposals do, I think that's a way that we can more effectively use the storage proceedings and the EV proceedings and some of the other, or the Empower, and then use that in this. So that was my only suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll excuse the third parties from the panel table and bring up the electric utilities. We have Damon Krieger representing Schmecko. We have Mark Zucca representing Potomac Edison, and we have Jacob Berlin representing the Exelon Utilities.
You want me in any particular place?
You can sit right here.
Okay.
I'll call you first.
You want but I'll do that. Gosh. It's fine.
Madam Chair, may I bring up
Yep. The Exelon Utilities have a presentation, so I'm going to take them last so I can put their presentation up. And I really appreciate Mark Zucca agreeing to go first here.
I think this is the first time Potomac Edison has gone first, so, for the record. We'll heed Commissioner Suchman, your call.
That's not a complaint, is it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I never get to go first.
Again, Mark Zucca for Potomac Edison. I am an advisor for regulatory affairs. We will heed Commissioner Sussman, your call for brevity here. Just want to make three basic comments and a quick agreement with the Office of People's Counsel. First, as discussed, the as feasible language in the regulations, PE does support its continued inclusion. We would like to avoid the Commission adopting regulations that would require near-term waivers or exceptions of those rules. We believe that the as feasible language gives the utilities the flexibility to apply specific processes when they make sense. It certainly isn't a question of preference, but one of capability, and we always expect that we're going to have to explain why we're utilizing this language when we submit our plans. We don't see this as a loophole. We see this as a need for explanation of where we currently are and where our path is toward the future. On metrics, we do agree, as I believe many others do, that quantifiable metrics are an ideal way to evaluate programs such as this, but many of the proposed metrics are not metrics that are appropriate methods of evaluating success in this specific case. We do also want to avoid duplication of metrics or ones that conflict with those in other proceedings. And we believe that much of the evaluation of electric system planning here is going to be qualitative, and this commission will retain the authority, of course, to determine whether utilities in their plans are heading in a direction that aligns with Maryland policy goals. Some of the metrics, will provide information that is potentially valuable for us to consider changes to our plans or future plans, but don't necessarily indicate whether we have success or failure in those areas. Finally, just generally want to mention that complying with these regulations will inevitably require additional costs at the electric companies, including at Potomac Edison. We believe utilities need to maintain the authority to determine if individual investments, whether small investments or large investments, ones that are specific to the grid or larger ones, such as systems to increase our abilities to plan and to forecast load, are appropriate for our company and specifically for our customers for Potomac Edison and Western Maryland. Finally, just a quick agreement on the schedule. I know it's something that was discussed in the work group, the staggered start. Potomac Edison does believe that is an effective way for the commission to start into this process, and staggering it with Potomac Edison starting the plan in 2028 does acknowledge kind of our current abilities and plans.
Okay, so any questions? Okay, go ahead.
And this will be a question, I think, for all the utilities, so I'll just ask it now. But this seems to be a common theme about the metrics. And I guess I start with one of the challenges, of course, for a process that's supposed to be transparent, inclusive, and really, I guess, maybe the word convenience is not right, but again, we're dealing with a lot of entities that don't have ready access. There's this asymmetry of information out there, and so they don't have the ready access to the information. So maybe you just could, all of you, just again, maybe find out. I'd like to find out if there's duplication. That means that there's already the information is available, and given that this is an umbrella, if you will, kind of like a big picture, holistic process. I mean, what's difficult about why not just, again, in the context of this work group, provide that information that seems to be already available? So I don't see the resistance to duplication. And then the other is again, we're getting this request at the top, at the beginning here from groups that want to be actively engaged for the metrics. Why not just start out with providing the information, and then, as the process moves on, going ahead and maybe, we can eliminate some of this or combine it. I just interested. There seems to be this real strong resistance right at the beginning on getting the fundamental information, and I would just like to again see if you would address that, because we want this to be inclusive, and I think at the end of the day, that's what will make this program, with the whole process successful, because there will be buy-in. There'll be this opportunity for people to feel like they've had meaningful input. So anyway, I just wanted to see if you could all just address that at the beginning, because I'm having a hard time understanding why there is this, resistance, I guess, to just providing the information. It's so essential to the process.
Absolutely, and I can obviously respond for Potomac Edison. First, on duplication, I don't think we have a resistance to simply duplicating. So I believe case 9353, the reliability docket, was brought up here as a good example. So there are some metrics that we already report in that case. Our SAIDI, our SAFE, there's other information.
So just provide it. Don't make them. Don't tell people, oh, go Google it or go find it yourself. Just why not just provide it?
Yeah, I don't think we have any concern with providing those metrics or referencing those plans. There are some proposed metrics that would add additional reliability metrics, that again, we believe do belong in case 9353, and if they're to be added, that makes sense to add them there. Once they're reported in those other proceedings, I don't think it's a big lift for utilities to add them into this to make it easier for people to add along. And as far as some of the other metrics, some of the metrics, again, we talk about DER integration. I mean, how many electric vehicles do we have in our territory? Simply, not information that we would want to withhold from anybody or any stakeholders. If we're not even typically the ones that create it, we can get it from other agencies, for example. But as a metric, it doesn't make as much sense as, we want to make sure that we're operating the grid in such a way that it's open for those technologies, that we're not restricting, that we're connecting things on time. But again, we are not the sole party that can control that. So having, additional, EV penetration as a goal makes sense sense generally, but is not really as specific a DSP goal for us. It's more just we don't want to be standing in the way of that development. So it's interesting information for us to have and to use, but doesn't necessarily indicate success or failure for our plan.
Okay. Yeah, and just, I engage on it, but it seems like when we're talking about electrification, a major driver of electrification is transportation electrification and EV. So to me, it seems like, yeah, that you're going to need that information. So anyway.
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Barve.
Oh, I thought everybody was going to answer, or they're going to.
Oh, they're gonna answer.
I'm just sort of
Incorporate in your presentation,
Pre-asking the
Mr.
question.
Yes.
Okay, well, I have a pre-asked question as well, and that is many of the previous commentators talked about the whole language about including the term if feasible. So explain to me what would make an action infeasible specifically. Cost-benefit analysis, or what? How would you explain to me how you would define something as being not feasible?
I mean, an example for us, we think that it's a technologically infeasible. If we are to provide hourly load data for our residential customers, we don't have the technology to provide that at this time. It would not be feasible for Potomac Edison to provide that.
So you see it as being something that would have to be quantifiable and specific, not something where a utility could simply say something is not feasible. You would be comfortable with us establishing the principle that a not feasible action has to be very specifically quantified and explained.
Generally, yes, I would agree. Another example could be something maybe infeasible if the cost at a very high level is very far. I mean, if the cost of a non-wire solution, for example, is 20 times the cost of a wire solution, we may consider that to be infeasible.
Okay. I look forward to hearing everybody's response to that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a pre-question as well. And I guess I'm really not understanding the need for the addition of the feasibility language, just because we don't. I mean, I'm just looking, for example, electric companies shall, and this is what the proposal is, consider feasible non-wire solutions to address system constraints. So I mean, that one, why would you need feasible there? You're gonna just offer what you're gonna offer. If it's not feasible, you won't offer it. You'll just or if feasible. I mean, there are lots and lots of non-wire solutions. We're not specifically, I'm not reading the language to specifically require that you consider battery storage or consider additional solar. It's pretty broad. So you're taking this sort of pretty broad language, and then you're sort of adding a qualifier to suggest that, well, and it's going to be the utility that's going to make that decision. Well, we don't consider it feasible, so therefore we're not going to be looking at it, when the very reason why we're asking you to do the system planning process is to look at all possible approaches, and non-wires is a really important part of that. So if you decided that it's not feasible, you're not going to consider it, and therefore we're going to have an imperfect planning process. So you don't have to respond to that if you don't, but that's my concern about this feasibility language that's throughout the proposed rulemaking. It's not necessary, and it actually goes against why we're doing this, which is that we're trying to get all of the different opportunities for addressing constraints on the system, especially those that don't involve having to build new wires.
Yeah, and I would just respond in that case, the as feasible is qualifying our consideration of a non-wire alternative. I think we agree with what you're saying. We are and currently will consider a non-wire alternative in any case.
So you don't really need the feasible there.
In that specific case, I don't know that we do.
Okay.
Because again, I would say that we have considered it and we may not have gone far down that path because at a high level, we've determined that a non-wire alternative in this case may not make sense to avoid a relatively
Or
deep
you
wire
can,
facility.
well, this, the OPC is suggesting identify possible. So you can identify all these approaches, and you can, because we would like you to be thinking about all kinds of alternatives. You don't have to include them in what you want to do, but at least consider them. At least identify them as possible approaches, and then you can reject them if they don't make sense for whatever reason.
We agree with that practice.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, Smeka goes next.
My turn.
Are you okay going second?
I'm okay with going second.
Okay.
Thank you. But next time I'd like to go first. No. I didn't actually say that. Okay. Move to strike. So good morning again. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. I'll address the couple questions at the end if I could. So as a not-for-profit electric cooperative, affordability of service for our customer members is always top of mind for both SMECO's board of directors and its management. These proposed regulations, while admittedly important to the evolution of the electric grid and Maryland utilities and required by statute, will raise the cost of service for customers by requiring new capital investments and increased O&M spending in order to achieve compliance. SMECO, as a small utility and as a not-for-profit electric cooperative, simply doesn't currently have sufficient resources internally, externally, to achieve compliance on day one. And appreciatively, the proposed rules does include a provision that would give us more time to come into compliance. And so in the first instance, we would appreciate that the Commission maintain that proposed regulations to afford the cooperative with extra time to come into compliance. We can get there, but at the end of the day, it will take us more time and significant investment. And I think that's the important point that we do want to emphasize today. Affordability really needs to be a consideration here. The new rules are not going to result in a cost savings opportunity, certainly not in the near term. They are going to result in additional spending, which will impact affordability of service for our customer members. And there's been a lot of discussion about metrics too, and so let me touch on that briefly. In terms of metrics, we have concerns with overly prescriptive metrics because metrics ultimately drive investment. In order to achieve compliance with a specific metric, you have to invest in your system. And that may very well be the end goal here, but in so doing, it will require additional investment by SMECO, which will translate into higher bills for our customers. And so that's why we think the better way to approach metrics in the first instance, and again, as I think Mr. Burkowski indicated earlier, there will be opportunities in the future to improve upon the regulations that start from day one, but we think that metrics should be proposed by each utility as part of their plan submissions to recognize the unique aspects of each utility. We believe in metrics. Metrics are very important. I think that's very clear. The problem is if we have uniform metrics without a focus on each individual utility, they will drive investment, some of which may not necessarily be value added to a particular customer base, simply for the purpose of achieving compliance with those regulatory set metrics. So going back to this concept of affordability, we believe that system planning should be conducted with affordability of service in mind too. And this was a concept that SMECO introduced throughout the working group process. Unfortunately, it did not make the final cut. We attempted to weave affordability into the rules themselves, but the stakeholders, including the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, unfortunately, did not accept that focus for these regulations. Again, affordability should be first and foremost. And unless the Commission expressly directs us not to consider affordability in the planning process, that is something that is a principle to cooperatives across the country and certainly to SMECO, and something that we will continue to focus on as we plan our system. Affordability of services is key. And so transparency is another concept that has been been talked about today. As an electric cooperative, the most important stakeholder for us is our customer members. And they have direct input into our planning processes through their democratically elected board of directors. And so for us, transparency, stakeholder involvement, that's a day in the life at SMECO. Our board is very active. Our customer members are very active. And so they have access to, and the board itself votes on our plan. And so we have full transparency with respect to our members through their duly elected representatives. So that's an important consideration, at least with respect to the cooperative. And lastly, I think it's important to highlight the statutory charge to the commission, which the work group did, at least in some significant respect, recognize, which is to consider the differences in utilities in creating these new regulations and administering the regulations. A cooperative is different than an investor-owned utility, is different than a municipality, and that should be reflected in both the rules and the way these plans are administered and evaluated going forward. And so I would just encourage the commission to continue to focus upon that statutory charge when it comes to enacting these regulations and then administering them going forward. And so those were my sort of opening thoughts. Let me try to turn to the specific discrete questions that were asked already. So Commissioner Richard, with respect to the metrics, first of all, let me say congratulations on the next evolution, and thank you for your years of service, and we, on behalf of the cooperative, we wish you the best of luck. So in terms of the metrics, for us, we just don't have the current capability to report on certain data points requested in the metrics. That's our concern. There's a table attached to, I think, to the original filing by Chief Judge McLean that does lay out SMECO's perspectives on what we can provide in terms of today's capabilities and what would take investment. It would take additional expenditure to achieve just the data points to report on the metrics. And so that's a fundamental concern for us. Again, we come back to the value add proposition. If there's a clearly established value add, then it makes sense to pursue. We have concerns with just providing data for the sake of providing data when to do so would require us to spend considerable amount of money to develop the systems and processes to be able to report on some of those data points. So that's our concern. If the data is out there, we have no problem providing it. And I think to some of the points made, if the electric, for example, in the electric vehicle space, we certainly already report upon, provide information about the number of electric vehicles in our service territory and rates of connection, how many vehicles per household, things like that. We can do that. We've done that. But there are a number of data points that we just don't have the capability to do. So that's the concern for us. In terms of infeasibility, or feasible, the use of feasible, I think was Commissioner Barvey's question, we don't see this as a loophole. We see this as an opportunity to reflect current system capabilities. We certainly expect all stakeholders to voice questions, concerns, opinions when it comes to any project or opportunity that is not pursued because of a decision or determination that it is not feasible. So we expect there to be a robust conversation on this point. But as a threshold matter, if we don't have the current capability, then that's not to say we can't get there. And certainly in our plan, we would outline the opportunity to get there. But it will come at it could come at a significant cost and diversion of resources from other important opportunities from the cooperative. So I think that's the point for us. We want to make sure that compliance reflects current capability, current system realities. And there may be a better word than feasible, but that's the one that the work group at least came to as an initial point, and that's what's reflected in the proposed rules. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Just a comment really to, I think there's a common desire to look at affordability, and that's why I think there's this effort to look at how we can plan, how we can look at things holistically and try to come up with optimal solutions. So I would just encourage the I guess utilities to kind of approach it that way. Don't assume right now, I kind of get the sense from the testimony that it just, if we do this, it's going to just add cost and, it's going to be expensive. I don't think that's the approach that we're expecting. And we see a lot that's happening, right now on the transmission system. I won't get into other examples in distribution, but, it's been largely through, Brattle studies and other that just showing that it's really this lack of preparation and lack of planning that has added to a lot of the costs that we're paying right now. So again, I hope that utilities will approach this that everybody wants to do things in an optimal way so that we get our the types of resources that we meet our state goals, but we do it at the least cost. So anyway, it was just a comment I thought that after you were talking about it, this is going to unavoidably drive cost. I would just push back on that a little bit.
If I may, just briefly, I would say one of the concerns that we've had is the identification of an appropriate problem statement with respect to SMECO particularly. So for example, the interconnection process. No stakeholders brought forth any example of us denying a request to interconnect a distributed energy resource to our system. We may approve a request to interconnect with conditions, meaning there needs to be certain system upgrades, but we don't deny requests to interconnect. So we just need to be careful on what the problem statements are that we're trying to cure through what are prescriptive regulations. And again, the metrics are of real concern to us because that will drive forced investment, which may or may not be value added in the holistic sense for our customer members.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I think Commissioner Sussman talked about also requirements to consider grid enhancing technologies and non-wires alternatives. Those are intended to find ways to reduce cost and enable more affordability. So.
Yeah, and actually to follow up, I don't know that we necessarily have to put the word affordability in here. It's really infused in everything that we're doing. It's why we're doing it. We're certainly not looking for the utilities to come before us with a planning process that raises rates for ratepayers. It's actually intended to lower costs. To the extent that you have identified challenges for SMECO that could result in rates going up, I mean, that's something that we obviously would want to consider. But the goal of this is actually to be the opposite, is to reduce rates.
And I guess the only response I would say immediately is that, so there's a lot of focus on cost effectiveness as a standard. Something can be cost effective and still result in an unaffordable situation for our customer members. Cost effective is one rubric. Affordability is a separate rubric. And so something can be cost effective under a broad-based, societal-based test and still cost millions of dollars to implement, all of which will ultimately result in higher rates for customers. And so that's why we want to make sure that the topics, or at least the subjects, are kept in separate buckets.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last, we have Exelon. I'll pull up their presentation.
We don't need to have a presentation. We're going to give a short
Okay.
version on your brevity comment, Commissioner. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Crystal Barnett on behalf of BGE and also on behalf of the Maryland Joint Exelon Utilities. I'd like to thank the Commission this morning for the opportunity to provide comments to you on the DSP process. Also like to thank Judge McLean for his work within the working group, and also to John Burkowski for his work in developing these regulations. I have with me today Jacob Berlin, who is PHI Manager of Strategic Programs, and I also have with me Matt Fiery from BGE, who is our Director of DSP, Smart Grid, and Innovation, and they will give you some comments this morning.
Absolutely. Good morning. Thank you for having us. I did want to just take a couple minutes to talk through our planning process at BGE and Exelon, because some of the things that we've heard so far today make it appear as though we are operating in a status quo environment, and that really is not the case, right? So I want to just talk through a little bit about that evolution and how it ultimately impacts, the direction that we're heading as a utility. System planning is absolutely a foundational aspect of our grid. We can't have conversations around reliability or resiliency unless we're capable of serving that foundational element of electricity to our customers. And we take that very seriously, right? The planning process is one that it's cyclical in nature, but because it's that core backbone of how we operate, it's imperative that we have that process be scalable, be flexible to account for new and changing conditions on our system, but that it is very reliable when we think about forecasting, right? We don't want to overinvest, we don't want to underinvest, because both of those circumstances result in suboptimal impacts to our customers, right? Overinvestment impacts affordability. Underinvestment means we are encountering reliability scenarios and trying to address those in a more reactive manner rather than a more planful manner. And that's what we're attempting to find, that sweet spot. Just a couple of years ago, when we think about what is necessary on our distribution system, we recognized we do need to get to that more granular level of forecasting. In the last, in the last 6 months, we've recently implemented a new system that allows us to get to the hourly forecast. It allows us to incorporate DERs, various types of load growths, those different profiles in how we plan our system that we are now leveraging. And that's not an insignificant change. That's a step change in terms of how we operate relative to just a few years ago, where we had a singular load growth factor across our system for 2 hours of the year, once in the summer and once in the winter. So we are on this journey and share the same vision that many here in the room share, with a cleaner Maryland that we can do in a way that's sustainable for our customers and sets us up well in the future. We do share concern from a metrics perspective, or being able to ensure that we are able to implement solutions in a timely manner. While we are often looking out 5, 10, 15 years in the future, that doesn't mean that we have unlimited time to address some of these circumstances. For example, if we need to have a new substation, there's a significant lead time that's required for that. And what we don't want to have happen is us find ourselves in a position where we're trying to get concurrence or approval on something that we deem necessary to serve our customers, and not be able to execute that in a timely manner that results in those reactive circumstances that we were talking about. So, I think we'll talk a bit more, about the specifics on the metrics front, but we have made significant progress in this shared vision that we're talking about today at the Exelon Utilities.
Good morning, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment. From the beginning of this process, I think the Commission has been clear.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Jacob Berlin on behalf of the Exelon Maryland Utilities. From the beginning of this process, the Commission has been clear and consistent in its objectives that you have set to achieve and the direction that you've provided the work group. The objective of creating a flexible process for utilities that doesn't overburden customers with transition costs and is not a litigated proceeding, a process that creates transparency and opportunities for stakeholder participation, a process where utilities maintain the responsibility for system planning decisions. Finally, you also directed the work group to collaborate with other work groups and yield to them to avoid overreach. The Exelon Maryland Utilities have worked diligently over the last 3 years to develop a process reflective of the Commission's objectives through collaborative discussions with stakeholders, substantial efforts to educate stakeholders on our processes, and by taking the initiative to develop a system planning process straw proposal and a CSNA reporting template that serve as the basis for the regulation presented today. The draft regulations represent a huge step for the state of Maryland, and this process is nation-leading. This is among the first electric system planning processes, an opportunity for deregulated utilities to be transparent about how we are planning for new load anticipated to come onto our system over the next 5 to 15 years, and engage with stakeholders around the planning process and solicit feedback. This has been a long process, and the utilities have actively engaged in this process in good faith, and recognizing the importance of this issue to this Commission and to all the stakeholders in the room today. To that end, regulation should be carefully constructed to balance the needs of the electric companies, the customers, the developers, and other stakeholders. And I stand here, or I guess sit, but I stand here today to say that I believe they do. They reflect the objectives of the Commission. We are disappointed that some stakeholders have described this work group as a well-intentioned failure. But those stakeholders are measuring success and failures by goals they set themselves, not by the Commission's stated goals. All parties, including the utilities, made compromises that are reflected in the final regulations. And we are also disappointed by the attempts of certain stakeholders to shoehorn additional requirements and changes to the regulations without any collaboration with the other work group participants. We recognize this process will be iterative and will evolve, but the attempts in the last few months by certain stakeholders to make last-minute changes that are not in line with your commission orders should not be allowed at this time. Specifically, certain stakeholders would create a litigated proceeding full of burdensome metrics and data reporting requirements that will result in regulatory lockup, unnecessary cost to customers, and reduce the utility's ability to be nimble in our decision-making process. Stakeholders advocate for more stringent planning requirements that will only further increase the investments utilities will be required to make into new technologies, IT systems, and employees. And increasing the cost to ratepayers at a time, as we've discussed, when affordability should be a priority as part of this process. The Commission was correct in its objectives and directives, which you have reaffirmed throughout the proceeding, to create a process that allows stakeholders meaningful points of engagement, defers to other work groups where appropriate, and allows electric utilities to retain control and responsibility for the electric system planning, enabling us to continue to provide safe, reliable, and affordable service. The draft regulations presented today, along with the Exelon Maryland Utilities limited changes, reflect what the Commission sought to achieve. Thank you.
And then can you take a moment to speak to Commissioner Richards' question about the metrics?
Yep. So first, with regards to metrics, echo certainly several of the points already made by PE and SMECO regarding overlap with existing metrics in some of the other venues, and wanting to certainly not have metrics that are too similar and maybe kind of confusing, and rather defer to those work groups and the subject matter experts in those work groups to be able to identify and define them. And also echoing SMECO's point around metrics do drive investment. I think something else with regards to metrics that I think we noted in our comments, but I'll note here as well, is a difference between what are metrics and what are data requests. And that was, I think a very kind of blurred line with regards to, what was discussed throughout the work group and proposed by stakeholders. With regards to, in terms of some of that duplication, I think some of our challenges with regards to duplicating exact metrics is, it can be confusing to some stakeholders with regards to where metrics are sitting. If we're reporting on the same metric in different areas but using different reporting timelines, that could present different numbers versus, which again could cause confusion for those stakeholders engaging. So certainly if there are ways to align with what other work groups are reporting and being consistent in that way, I think that can be appropriate. But just as discussed within the work group, I think we had some challenges around that, and some of the confusion that could cause for stakeholders as they may try and engage in the different work groups available.
Okay, any
Do you want
questions?
to speak to that feasibility?
I'd like you to address my question, and that was the one having to do with the exclusion of infeasible solutions. And the question, as I originally cast it, is that do you conceive of an infeasible action as something that has to be quantified and specifically addressed?
So we're going to have Andrea Harper.
Okay.
Hi, we had
Perfect.
prepared for this at a different time, so I'm going to step up. I'm Andrea Harper. I am with PHI, or Pepco Holdings, but I am representing Exelon Maryland Utilities. I think when we talk about feasibility, the words we use are really important. Nowhere in these regulations does it say if feasible. If feasible means if we do it, we'll do it. If we can't, we won't. Everywhere it says as feasible, and the reason, and there was a lot of discussion about this, the reason we have as feasible where we do is because every single utility in your state is at a different point. When these regulations go into effect, we are automatically out of compliance if we can't meet them. There are a lot of forward-looking regulations here, which is important because it gives us a path forward, right? But we're not there yet. And so if you put these in without as feasible, we will be non-compliant for the duration of the time that we are, until we get these different systems or processes implemented. And so that is why the as feasible is in there. There was also a comment about as appropriate. And as appropriate is used very limited. That is one where it recognizes we've got not only investor-owned utilities, but we've also got a cooperative. And things that apply to investor-owned utilities won't necessarily apply to a cooperative in some instances. And so that language is important because it allows for, the cooperative to say, this is not something we can do and not be in violation of the regulation. So all of this is absolutely not a loophole. Everybody recognizes, and Commissioner Suchman, you brought this up. You said there's a lot of shall in there, right? We shall do this. It's just a matter of timing and not being out of compliance with the regulations while we are trying to get there.
You're okay?
No, I was just.
Well, I think.
I'm sorry. I thought you were asking.
I'm not going to ask another question. I'm not completely satisfied with the answer, and I need to think about it. Thank you.
Yeah, it was just, I appreciate your addressing the question, my questions forthrightly. I guess just comments. I was concerned about the tone almost. I'm hoping that there's a collaborative effort in this work group, because I almost heard this, characterization of some of the other stakeholders, solutions as almost these dystopian outcomes of, and in a sense, it'd be good to try to figure out where there could be some commonality with when we're talking about the metrics. It sounds like, again, I couldn't tell if they were duplicative or not duplicative, or just ways to massage them so they weren't duplicative. And again, I would just encourage that try to work this out instead of making it a firm barrier, because that's what it seems like you're making it an absolute. We can't do this because duplication. And just I think again, if you get to the spirit of what I think they're trying to do here, what we're trying to do here is have a collaborative effort to provide stakeholders with meaningful input, but they're going to have this information. They're going to, and so again, I just the way you answered that question did raise some concerns. And then again, these metrics drive investment. We're going to need investments in the system right now if we're going to meet our state objective, our state goals. And so I think what we're trying to do with these metrics is come up with the right investments, the optimal investments, and try to get to that end. There's no doubt we're going to have to make investments, but again, I think everyone wants to have system affordability and reliability. So it's just the way you answered the question kind of raised some concerns about how your companies might be approaching this.
Yeah, and I apologize if the tone was off. For your second question, I think we don't disagree that metrics drive investments, and that's why we want to identify the appropriate metrics for this work group. And I think, and planning in general, I would say. And then, with regards to kind of the first point, I think what, we've identified it, and as we've looked to collaborate, is we aren't necessarily opposed to these new metrics, but I think we recognize that the Commission has other work groups that are driving in many of these specific areas, right? Whether it's energy storage, electric vehicles, Empower program. All these other work groups have SMEs on these topics that are really deep into the well of this information, have a lot of experience in these areas, and we think it's important for those groups to be able to weigh in terms of what metrics the utility should be reporting and the Commission should be tracking with regards to these topics. So it's not that we're necessarily opposed to these metrics. What we're, our recommendation, I think, has been consistently is that they're referred to those other work groups for further discussion, for evaluation, to be able to identify where they may be overlapping, where they may be, I would say, slightly off that we can just align to something, where we may want to adopt those new metrics. So it's not in opposition of the metrics. It's a recognition that the SMEs that should be talking about these metrics aren't in the distribution system planning work group. And so those recommendation being that the conversations around these metrics and those topics should be in the working groups that the Commission is already driving within some of these topics.
Yeah, no, good points. But again, I think that the distribution system, your companies are the foundation all these other initiatives. So, again, I think if you approach it that way, all these metrics have to meaningfully and clearly and easy to find ways find their way into this, distribution planning group. That's I think all, and hopefully you don't try to create an obstacle here. It seems like
No.
there's a need to just make sure the information is available for successful distribution planning. Thank you.
One other thing that I want to point out in regards to your question is that this is meant to be an iterative process, and when all of these metrics were proposed in the working group, and we pointed out that these metrics were reported in other, like resilience metrics were already reported, they just disregarded that. They weren't even aware that we were reporting these metrics already. So people weren't already tracking these metrics. So I see that as a problem that we're going to be not just as long as as Commissioner Suchman pointed out, we're just duplicating the same thing. We can give them the same information, but having to rerun the same metric multiple times, I don't see how that's useful when you didn't really say why you needed it to compare, to evaluate our plans. I guess what I'm saying is I think we should add metrics that we know over time are needed to evaluate the plan. There was no thoughtfulness behind the reason why they were asking for it. I mean, it's over 120 metrics that were just put on the table, and we pointed out these are largely already being reported elsewhere. They were not aware of that. So, I mean, we're already reporting a lot of these metrics, and so maybe we need to pare it down to the ones that we're not already reporting, or the ones that are meaningful to evaluate our plans, and that's not what was done here.
Okay, well, I don't think just talk past you. I think everyone agrees, but these metrics are important, maybe not just for like the EV, but it's also important for distribution planning. So, I mean, again, I just encourage you to stop making this a problem and just figure out how you make the metrics available for this distribution planning. And I just don't see
it as a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so to be clear, or maybe just to say it again, because we do like to say things several times, but the metrics in these other working groups need to feed into this process. And the fact that the information is available in other dockets actually sort of goes to my point about all these siloed proceedings. All of the stuff on with regard to Empower and EV and storage, all of that. All of those, the metrics coming out of those proceedings needs to feed into this proceeding. It's not, so the response isn't, it's available there. It's, the response needs to be, oh, well, let's look at what the results were from those proceedings and have that be part of the distribution system planning. And maybe it's not clear in how it's being presented. Maybe we can, I'm always sort of in favor of streamlining, so maybe just having something that says that the metrics shall include matrices developed in, and you can list the proceedings, or it can be sort of a catch-all, but it's not just that information is somewhere else. That somewhere else information has to be part of this proceeding. In terms of the as feasible language, if the whole point of that is a timing issue, then that as feasible language stays in there until it's taken out by some other rate-making proceeding. So it's not a good idea to put something in that is going to stay in for all eternity if the intent is to be able to address the fact that you will be out of compliance or you could be out of compliance when this rulemaking goes into effect. So perhaps you can come up with some language. I mean, there is sort of the waiver provision, or maybe something else that says, for the first 6 months, or maybe for the first year, the utilities will do their best. But if you have as feasible language, that stays in forever. That stays until next year and the year after, and so you no longer are in a timing situation. Now you're in a situation where you still have this as feasible language, and presumably doesn't have to stay. So then I worry about about using this language as mischief, which is not to say that you would engage in mischief, but if the language is really only to address timing, then let's address the timing and take out the as feasible, because it's clearly creating a problem.
So I will say, first of all, as we've recognized, this is an iterative process with the regulation, so you can take it out.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to put language in if it's not serving the purpose for that. What you're saying is the as feasible language is serving the purpose of making sure that you're up to speed on all of the different requirements in the system planning process. So if you're not up to speed, then maybe we need to put language in there that addresses that sort of that interim period. That's not what this language does. And so I don't want the commission to have to go back and revise this because it doesn't work anymore and it's causing problems.
Right. And I appreciate that.
So I think Mr. Burkowski has a comment.
Yes. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. The only point I want to make is that my goal today is to come out of this with some regulations, and
we're not leaving this room
Yeah.
until we have regulations. So I hope everybody is sort of.
I think I'd like, to avoid trying to wordsmith and just take, based on your proposal, the as feasible out, and then leave in the waiver language and just have the utilities ask for a waiver for all the parties.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, and it could be, if you need to, you can probably do a broader waiver. I mean, but that will actually require that you specifically identify the issues in play, and then once those issues are addressed, the waiver goes away, and we won't have to go and amend the regulations. So I think that seems to make the most sense.
And regarding the metrics, if I can make a proposal there, we did propose regulations in Regulation .05 regarding metrics. And actually, the utilities do not agree with the way that is written because it does get into areas where if I can paraphrase the utility position, they don't think it's directly related to electric system planning. However, we did allow the utilities in the regulation to actually develop those metrics to meet state policy goals, to kind of demonstrate how they're moving the plan to meet certain aspects. I really feel like that's the best solution between the two different positions, and more granular metrics, or in some cases, I don't even call them metrics. I think it's just, data reporting versus metrics. So I think it's sort of a halfway position between what the, different stakeholders want and what the utilities want. And I do think that there's an opportunity just to engage some of these other work groups more about the metrics as proposed in the metric spreadsheets. I know, as a leader of several of these work groups, nobody from distribution system planning came up to me and said, hey, let's collaborate on these metrics. And I really feel like the work groups themselves need to get engaged in developing these metrics that would feed into system planning. So, that's my proposal is to leave the regulation on metrics in Regulation 05 as it is. Let's see what the utilities can come up with to demonstrate metrics that prove that they're moving things along, but then give an assignment, back to the work group and the other work groups to kind of develop, the metrics that are more in common that would feed back into the distribution system planning reporting.
So, Mr. Burkowski, the utilities can come in their proposal with proposed matrices. I would like to see those incorporate some of the matrices that are used in these other
right.
Work groups, and that that I can that be incorporated into regulation, or that could just be our suggestion from the bench?
I would prefer that it not be in the regulation. I prefer that you would approve the regulation as is,
Right.
and then have this as a directive from the bench.
Okay. Okay.
I need a table 10.
Yeah, no. Mr. Krieger, I see your hand going
I
up.
think I just wanted to at least clarify. I appreciated the comment that Mr. Berlin made about the difference between metrics and data requests. When we talk about other work streams, other proceedings, so Empower, good example to start with, it's about making sure the investments that are undertaken as part of those proceedings, work streams, are incorporated in planning. I think metrics are something slightly different. Metrics drive specific types of investments. And so we certainly at SMECO take into account, for example, our demand response program as part of Empower, as part of our planning considerations. And so to the extent there's an expanded directive to do just that, we're very supportive of that notion. The concern is metrics are very specific. And so if we're going to have a planning metric around DER incorporation or something specific to planning, that is specific to planning. I don't know if an Empower metric or another workstream metric necessarily translates over into the planning process.
Well, I think it translates when you're looking at the effectiveness of different proposals. And so, I mean, that's the thing about metrics is it's whatever you want it to be. And so, you could have metrics that look to cost effectiveness. You can have metrics that look at sort of overall cost effectiveness, and metrics that look at effectiveness of particular technologies, and so location. So it'll be interesting to see what you sort of propose about how you consider these different options. All I'm suggesting to you is that if we hear, well, we don't have to put that in because that's dealt with in Empower, or that's dealt with in the EV proceeding, then you're really losing. You're again siloing, and you're not taking advantage of the good work that's being done in all these other proceedings, because they're doing those proceedings to affect how utilities consider developing the system. They're not doing it just because we told them to. And so I think that, I would like to see when proposals come before us that they incorporate all the other proceedings that are being done and are doing really good work. And Mr. Prokowski has a comment on this.
What she said.
Yeah. I just want to follow up, but I think there's some nuance that, needs to be introduced in that, I think there are 3 levels here, and so far only 2 levels have been talked about as far as data. I mean, you have your general data gathering. Then you have metrics. We've defined planning metrics in the regulations that are things that are used to assess performance, track progress, and measure success, of things that an electric system plan directly affects. And, so I do think that the work groups deal with the data gathering, and the planning process should deal with the planning metrics. But then as far as the investments aren't driven by metrics. I would disagree somewhat with Mr. Krieger. I think investments are driven by standards for those metrics, and we're not talking about standards at this point. Like in reliability, if we accept a standard for a metric of SAIDI, let's say a 1.0, that's going to drive those electric system investments. So I think that's the nuance. There's standards, there's planning metrics, and then there's data. And I really do think that the proper role of the work groups is the data gathering that feeds into DSP, and then some of these things may be planning metrics, and there may be other planning metrics that utilities can come up with. And then standards is something we haven't really considered at this point.
Right. Well, I think the message is that we're looking I mean, it has to be sort of results-based. We're trying to find a way to make the investments that keep rates low and address climate issues. And so, there are lots of different ways of assessing that. So I think, Mr. Burkowski, it does make sense to have some flexibility, but understand that we want to see how the good work that's been done in the other commission proceedings is feeding into this. Because I personally won't be happy if I don't see that. I think that's really critical, and it doesn't have to be in the rulemaking, but I'm expecting to see the planning process thoroughly incorporate the good work that they're doing on electric vehicles to grid, community solar. I mean, we've got all these proceedings going on, and if you're doing system planning that's looking at wires-based solutions, that's missing the point of why we're doing this. So,
just want to,
yes.
To that point, I think we very much agree with what you're looking for and recognize that the working groups aren't silos. And I think as John described it, those are very much inputs into the process. And as we think about the plan as it proposed in the regulations, certainly part of that narrative describing, where are these data inputs coming from, how are these things informing, and I think that, to John's point, I think that sits slightly separately from the planning metrics that we're tracking in terms of performance of the system plan. But very much agree with you that the work group shouldn't be siloed and that those are very much inputs into that planning process. And for the utilities to be able to describe there, as well as in our annual Climate Solutions Now Act reporting that's done to the General Assembly, describing how all these pieces come together.
Right, and that's sometimes we can get caught up in language, and so we don't want defining what a matrix is, what needs to be included. We can get caught up in that and waste a lot of time, but what we're looking for. This has got to be a very broad-based approach that is informed by all of the work that the Commission has instructed the parties to do in a whole host of different places. And whether you call that data inputs or matrix, it almost doesn't matter. It needs to inform the process. So. So, Mr. Burkowski, what would you like to do next?
Okay, well, I was dead wrong about how long this would take.
That was our fault. You put me in charge of the mic, and then I have my colleagues over here, and so.
Well,
although I think we touched on a lot of the issues we're going to be getting to, so hopefully that kind of laid the groundwork.
I'm hopeful. Yeah.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah. I also hope the stakeholders are motivated by the comment that Madam Chair Suchman made, that we're not leaving until we have regulations.
Oh, we're not leaving.
So
and my husband's making dinner tonight, so I don't really care.
So it's 12:34. This might be a good time for a break, or we can get into the first regulation.
Yeah. No. So why don't we take a break until 1:30? You're gonna be out till 2. Yeah. But Commissioner Linton will be back, and the chair is still on, so we should have a quorum. Okay, so we'll be back at 1:30.
Chair Hoover, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
All right, great.
Back on the record. He's coming back at 2. Okay, Mr. Burkowski, what do you have for us so we can finish the rulemaking today? In 15 minutes. He's going to talk very quickly.
Thank you for yielding, to me on this question. But, we heard a lot this morning, and I would just propose that the stakeholders here who've made comments reflect on that and not regurgitate things where we've already, treaded, particularly with regards to the metrics and the as feasible. I've went through and taken out the as feasible and appropriate language, redlined it at least, in the whole document. Now, there are a lot of comments. I would also respectfully ask the commission to provide direction to the stakeholders, if you agree, that, I think it's evident that we're going to have a continuation of the distribution system planning work group to consider things. I would respectfully ask the commission provide direction to the work group members, that have commentary, to consider whether something is mandatory, that they need to have this change in a regulation and needed to have it discussed today, or if it can be sort of remanded back to the work group for further consideration, because the work group is going to have to continue to do a lot of work, and I think the goal really for today, at least my goal, and hopefully it's the commission's goal also, is to have regulations today that reflect what we need to do. So that's my suggestion. And if you agree with that, I would go through regulation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and at that point just ask the stakeholders if they have anything that absolutely has to be addressed today.
Okay. Is it possible for us to approve the regulations as you suggested and then issue a follow-up order that can give you direction on moving forward? Or do you need that direction today?
Well, I would prefer that direction, but I'm not sure the other stakeholders.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of comments in
Right.
here, and I think that for the sake of brevity today, but also so that we can give all of the proposals due consideration, that it might make more sense to approve what we can today. Is that going to work? Okay. So does that work? Okay. So what we'll do is if you can go through what we can approve today, and then we'll issue a follow-up order addressing as much of the remaining points as we can, and then what we can't address in the order we will defer.
So you can't do the regs, but it would be another rulemaking.
It would be right. So the subsequent order would be what we are going to direct that the work group is going to continue on. I think this is kind of the message, and the subsequent order will be directed to what we expect the work group to continue to do. It's also possible that the order may speak to what we are expecting to see in the plans coming out of the utilities, and that doesn't have anything to do with the regulations. That's just what we're expecting to see. Okay, so that makes sense?
Makes perfect sense to me.
Makes sense to me. I don't know how it makes sense to, and Mr. Chair, does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So.
Okay. All right, so let's move forward then.
Okay, so the first regulation is about applicability. The major issues in here were wanting to put some more language regarding waivers, but quite frankly, I don't know that we need to be so specific about waivers. I mean, Regulation E, which I'm 1.01E, there were a couple comments on that wanting more specificity, but I don't know what more specificity you need. I mean, the commission can provide a waiver. They can waive part of a regulation. Why do we need more specificity here? Staff had also requested one other thing here, which I'd like to have them speak for themselves, but that's was the major comments in Regulation 01.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, did you have something that you wanted to?
Yes. In 01B4, we wanted to add 4 to that, and it reads, an electric system plan shall demonstrate a holistic approach to grid planning by addressing issues including asset replacement, reliability, resilience, capacity expansion, and grid modernization.
Okay.
And we wanted to add that to make sure that these distribution system plans addressed some of these other areas. As we know, reliability and resilience are items that are in the scope of in the CSNA. Capacity expansion and grid modernization we think are just things that should be incorporated in distribution system planning.
Okay. Ms. Harper, did you have a response to that?
Yes. Well, first, we think that this is unnecessary. It's already incorporated in the regulations, but we have some specific concerns about the wording because the way it's written, it seems to conflate distribution system planning process, reliability planning process. As we've discussed here today, they can give inputs to one another, right? And our distribution system planners and our reliability planners have a daily meeting together to coordinate. And we do, in fact, in our distribution system planning process, also solve for reliability issues that overlap or that we can solve through distribution planning, system planning. But distribution system planning is all about solving capacity constraints due to the load on the system. This appears to try to push the planning into this process rather than as an input. And as Commissioner Richard aptly said, we have a really robust reliability proceeding that we do every year, where the experts are, and we think it's more appropriate that the inputs, as you were talking about, Commissioner Suchman, the inputs are taken from that working group rather than having this language which conflates processes. And I will also note that asset replacement is a subset of reliability, so that wouldn't need to be there. And then the last thing is grid modernization is an ambiguous term in here, but we modernize our grid with every decision we do. I mean, when we put in new solutions to capacity constraints, we consider storage. It's part of the toolkit. We consider other DER already, and but we also look for new technologies, right, that would solve. Even if it's a quote-unquote traditional wire solution, we're looking for new technologies that would upgrade the system, that would allow for the kind of communications you need for the platform it's becoming with this, all the distributed energy resources on it. So I just we worry that with this language in there, it's somehow putting all those planning processes together rather than talking about bringing the inputs like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
bringing the inputs in.
but I think, Mr. Wilson, I think what you're trying to do here is to recognize that there are these other commission proceedings going on, and we want what's going on in those proceedings to be reflected into the system planning process. Is that?
Your Honor, if I may, Jennifer Purvis, appearing on behalf of staff with Mr. Wilson. On just pointing to page 6, for example, of staff's comments, what we said there was that while staff believes that specific details about reliability and resilience planning and the other issues mentioned in part 1 should continue to be discussed and provided in dockets specifically focused on those issues. The ESPs should explain how the issues being addressed in those dockets will impact or further a utility's future progress in advancing the policy goals articulated in PUA 7- or Public Utilities Article 7-802. And the idea there being that at minimum, I think staff is looking for some kind of narrative that would explain how the matters being addressed in these other dockets are going to further advance the long-term planning happening in the ESP.
Right. No, I think that.
So
Right.
that's, I think, what staff is getting at here.
Okay. And you have a comment?
No.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's on.
Yeah.
Yes, I had suggested an edit to A, and I don't understand what happened to this. This was a consensus item that was agreed to by everyone when I was in the DSP work group, and that was inclusion of a vision statement so that everybody was on board with ultimately where this thing was going to go.
What's the proposed edit that you had?
It's in my...
I have it on the screen.
That's why I have this, because I can't possibly read that.
I mean, I could read it out. Maryland's utilities shall provide safe, reliable, and affordable service through the use of a distribution system planning process that includes stakeholder participation, aligns with the state's clean energy and policy goals, incorporates and optimizes distributed energy resources into planning, and results in a process allowing cost-effective procurement of non-wire solutions. Modernized distribution system planning should be equitable, environmentally sustainable, incorporate transparent stakeholder engagement, and support the state's economic development.
Okay.
That was agreed upon. I have no idea where it got lost.
Okay, but that's A? Is that the?
Yeah, at the end
Yeah,
of the day.
can I comment on that?
Well, yes, but it's very detailed, and it kind of incorporates everything else that's, but yes,
Yeah,
please.
My perspective on vision statements is, and I have vision statements for my other work groups. They don't make it into regulations. They're a vision statement to guide the work group. We're talking about the applicability section here, and I am not aware of hardly any. In fact, I'm not aware offhand of any regulation that has a vision statement.
I'm in agreement. We don't. The key is what does the regulation actually end up doing as opposed to the vision statement. But Commissioner Linton.
Well, I was just going to suggest that we kind of stay on the one we started with, and then we can certainly come back to this one.
Yeah,
but we just jumped from 4 to A, so.
Yeah, I would like to go back to.
Right.
Yeah, we can come back to what was just proposed as
Okay.
vision statement section, but.
Right. I actually, so the concern I have is the including language includes stuff and then doesn't include other things, which so you could end up with a real problem because if you're missing something, then the argument will be, well, it's not required in the regulation. So I was just sort of playing around a little with language, and if it reads, and perhaps this will address your concern, Ms. Harper. If we have something that says something like addressing issues relating to other relevant commission proceedings, period. And then we're not sort of, we don't have issues around reliability, but we're also avoiding the problem of what's not included.
We would be happy with that language.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would second that, not that I have a vote, but.
Okay, but I can give you one. As being chair, I can.
I'm showing in Regulation 3C, goals, objectives, they include reliability, resilience. They're all stipulated in the public utilities article. So and there are things that would be missing if you just relied on staff's proposal, although well-intentioned. So if we can go back to the.
Okay, so it would be addressing issues relating to other relevant commission proceedings,
and I need
period.
to put the original regs
Oh, yeah.
back up. So I would just. Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Why don't you put other before relevant?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to highlight that as a change. All right.
I don't necessarily know where the other proceedings actually address asset replacement and necessarily grid modernization or capacity expansion, and that may be addressed in other areas of this proposed regulation.
I can tell you that each of those issues has come up in a proceeding. I mean, we're not specifically limiting. I mean, the concern I have is it's the limiting. When you have other, it could be any commission proceeding, and as long as it's been addressed or raised.
Can I propose, but not limited to?
Your Honor, we would support your solution, but not limited to, I think, creates ambiguity.
Yeah, I don't know what that, because it's, I mean, other commission proceedings, if you say not limited, then it could be any proceeding. It could be a proceeding in New York State. So I think, I mean, commission proceedings is very broad. I mean, unless you can come up with another word other than proceeding, I could put it this way, Mr. Wilson. If you think that they should have addressed grid modernization and they didn't, that I would agree with you.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I think the intent is to keep it very broad.
Got you. Okay.
Okay, so if we solve that issue, we're back to the vision statement from Mr. Brzezinski, and I can put that back up if you'd like.
Since
it's highlighted.
Right, since it has no effect, I don't think we really need to put it in. I mean, particularly if other parties have a problem with it. I mean, Commissioner Linton.
Well, actually, if I could raise a concern, if I remember right, there's fairly strict requirements in the development of regulations, and so we may want to defer this item to have the lawyers check the regulation process to make sure, because I tend to agree this idea of putting a vision statement in the regulations may not be a good idea, and it possibly might run afoul of the drafting regulations as developed by the people that oversee COMAR.
Right, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, again, I would just say, I developed for my interconnection work group vision statements, like how we should deal with cost allocation as a vision statement. The specifics of how to do that are in the regs. The vision statement just guides the
Right.
activities.
Right, well, so if you're comfortable with, if we don't go with the vision statement, but keep the idea, yes.
Me, him.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
If you want to, if you can come back up. Sort of recognizing what you'd like to see in regulations, if we can revisit it in the specific provisions that address those issues, I think that would be a better place to focus, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I fully understand. However, unless there's an overall intent for these planning regs, you're not going to get there. I'm sorry, you're just not going to get there.
Okay.
And-
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree, because I'm optimistic we're going to get to where we need to be. And so I'm asking, as we continue the process, if you see a place that can benefit from some additional language, please present that. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Alfred Bartlett from CPSR. I may have neglected to say in my initial comments that I've actually been an active member of the working group for the whole 3.5 years of the process. I may have missed a couple of meetings. But in those discussions, we've been basically technical people talking to each other, policy and technical people. But I am impressed by in this hearing, the presence of a lot of lawyers, which is the way that's part of these hearings. But I understand that lawyers read things as what they say, not what they don't say. And so I wanted to revisit the point that Mr. Burkowski made about Section E, which says that waiver of regulations upon written request, a regulation in this chapter may be waived by the Commission for good cause shown. In what's being proposed before us, a regulation is a whole section of specific requirements. For example, Regulation .03 is the whole section that lays out the planning process. So if a utility came forward and said, well, we can't meet one of those components of Regulation 03, so we ask that Regulation 03 be waived. That's what the language says, that they would request a waiver of the regulation. So we simply say they should be able to request what you described, that is partial waivers, but that's not what the language says.
So I can tell you, as a lawyer, the caption has no effect. But if you feel, it is clearer if we just write, if it's written as waiver of a regulation. But the provision that has the effect is never the title. At least my statutory construction of, if that's what you're talking about.
That's Section E. It's up
Right.
there on the screen. Right.
It says waiver of regulations.
Yes.
Right. If it were changed to read waiver of a regulation.
No. What I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying about the title, but if you read the regulation, it says, if you read that that section, it says the same thing. Upon written request, a regulation may be waived.
Right.
Okay. All I'm suggesting is that the wording should be modified to say, upon written request, one or more components of regulations, or you might, to be more legalistic, say one or more sections, subsections,
Okay.
paragraphs, or
So
subparagraphs.
So this is not a regulation, it's regulations. I mean, that would suggest that COMAR is a regulation. I think that yeah, but they're all regulations. I think we're
Okay. Well, the formal title of each section is Regulation 20.15 point something point 01, 02, 03.
Right. But I don't think a court would think that when you're asking
thought it
for waiver of one provision, it waives the whole regulation.
Right. I just thought by adding that clarifying language that they can ask
Yeah,
for.
I'm actually thinking that it might actually confuse people. It would confuse me. I'm a lawyer. That's always bad
You
to
could
confuse
request
the
a waiver
lawyers.
of a component of a or as I say, the legal language is a section or a subsection. If I came in as a utility and said, I would request a waiver of this subsection because I don't have the planning capability.
Well, that's what they
to
would,
do
that's
that.
what they would do, and that's the waiver of the regulation.
Yeah, so just as an, yeah,
Yeah, I think the chair has ruled.
Okay.
So, but thank you. It's really fun when I actually get to play a lawyer.
Okay, with that, we're
Wait,
on to section 2.
Mr. Zucker, do you have a question?
Absolutely. One comment on, so if what's on the screen is what is intended to be adopted, correct? With as feasible stricken from B3?
Yes, I struck everywhere as feasible and as appropriate part of the first half of the proceeding.
So it's a little unclear just based on the words here, but we believe that real-time data is intended to potentially include data that would be, captured via advanced metering infrastructure. And we just want to make it clear, perhaps an edit here would be as available. Certainly we would utilize any real-time data that we have, but I don't believe, John.
I think the decision this morning was that you would need to come in and ask for a waiver of that particular requirement.
And you would get it because you don't have AMI. Not that I'm criticizing PE for not having AMI. I'm just noting that you don't.
Yeah, everywhere where the as feasible, as appropriate language is removed, I think.
I mean, the problem is that once we start putting it in, what if you put AMI in, then we'd have to go back to the and then we open the possibility of an interpretation of that, whereas you would just come in for a waiver and we would grant it because you don't have AMI.
Would you consider instead, for utilities with AMI installed, utilize real-time data?
No, because it may be that you have something other than AMI that can still give us or the parties data that would be useful, but wouldn't be given because you'd have that exemption in the regulations.
Okay, fair enough, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I'm going to move on to Regulation 2 definitions. Now, a couple definitions were proposed, particularly by OPC, because the definitions are used in other proposals that they have, particularly in Regulation 03. I would recommend that we do not consider them until after Regulation 03. So for that reason, I'd like to skip the whole Section 2 for now. I would also like to skip the whole Section 3 for now because that is going to be very lengthy, and go right to Section 4 and come back to 3 because I think that's going to be the meat of the discussion this afternoon.
So let's go to 4. So we're skipping 2 and we're not making changes to the definitions.
We will come back to 2.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. We're going to 4.
4 is just mainly about publishing the plan and the annual technical conference. I think we heard direction this morning that the commission is still not going to formally approve and does desire an annual technical conference similar to the case 9353 reliability. And I think that's what this regulation reflects. So instead of going through each individual component, I would just suggest to Madam Chair that you ask if there are any stakeholders that really have.
Well, I'm
an
just
issue
looking.
here.
I'm looking at staff and OPC, and I'm not seeing any proposed changes. Is that correct?
I don't recall that they had.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
We did have proposed.
OPC did.
You did.
We did.
Okay. So I'm looking. Well, that's what I'm looking at.
So both, this is Jonah Baskin appearing for OPC. We
Okay.
both have in Section 4F, we have.
Where would I find this? Is this in your testimony in OPC?
Right. I'm looking at Appendix A.
This
and
is in Appendix A.
Appendix
yeah.
A. Okay.
Right. And did you redline the changes?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I'm
'Cause
going to pull them up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at them and I'm not seeing redline.
Yeah.
So where would the changes be?
We have in F 1H an additional section II and 1.
Okay, well, I do see it different, but it's not redlined, so I missed
I
that.
think I have them redlined.
Okay.
For, where do you want me to go, Jonah? For
That's what I'm looking here.
D13?
Yeah.
Maybe it just in print.
Yeah, it might be lower, sorry.
I think there might have been a corrected version submitted, so it might be on the latter one.
All right.
This is 4.
So I think, is this it?
Yeah, that's correct.
I think it just didn't print.
It didn't, yeah.
What happened? Oh, there, it moved to a different page when I blew it up.
All right, so you are proposing an additional 2 little I under H?
I have a question. The definition of vulnerable communities, did you get, where'd you get that from?
I believe we're referencing another COMAR provision for that.
The reason I ask is the CSNA has a very specific definition of underserved and overburdened communities, and if we were to reference to anything, probably we should reference to that.
Yeah. And if I may, this is Andy Iden for an energy group on behalf of OPC. That was the intention for this, and a few of the other edits that OPC put forth was to directly speak to the CSNA mention of resilience and battery storage and EV infrastructure for vulnerable communities. And so I think that's fair to say.
I just, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't remember the term vulnerable communities used in the CSNA. Maybe I'm wrong.
There's a underserved communities in the environmental article that I think was changed because of the CSNA.
Okay, I mean, if everybody feels that's a acceptable term, I won't have an objection.
All right, I'm looking at electric system plan, so that's what that is. Mine says electric system plan, yours says electric system planning. So I'm confused.
Right, the original, the document from staff says electric system plan, annual electric system plan update.
Right, that's what I'm looking
That's
at.
what you're
That's
looking at,
right, so
and
that's.
I'm looking at the electronic version of that. I'm just trying to think of where this goes.
This is Appendix D?
It was Appendix A in our initial filing when I sent updates. It was accidentally reformatted as D in terms of the
Let's go to D.
upper heading.
But here are the changes regardless. So.
Okay.
It's D, okay, here it is. Now we're in the same.
All right, now I'm in the same place. Okay, so you're under B.
I believe it's under H.
It's under .04H. Or,
All right, I'm looking at your Appendix D, and I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Yeah.
So I believe there was a corrected version of OPC's red line submitted later.
Is it the one that says clean?
Yes, and I believe if you look at Appendix A there, it should show up in the proper.
Okay, why don't you talk us through what you're proposing? here?
What page is that in appendix, in the document? So I can get there quickly.
In Appendix A, it's A13
Yeah,
in our
of
file.
the OPC clean version.
What page number?
69 of the
69.
PDF.
Okay.
So you have found it?
Yeah, okay.
And you're calling it A13? Okay.
Appendix A.
That doesn't look like
Okay,
it.
it looks like you're asking for a budget of solutions. Okay. And Ms. Barnett, I'm assuming Exelon has a comment on this?
Right, we oppose this provision because it wasn't redlined and not brought to the attention of the work group. It wasn't discussed or proposed during the work group whatsoever. It's not in OPC's comments, and as the commission is seeing, having difficulty finding it, we're seeing it for the first time as well. So we need an opportunity to confer with the work group and discuss. I'm not even really quite sure what it's asking for in terms of this regulation, so we would oppose it for those reasons.
Okay. And I'm a little troubled that the work group hasn't talked about it, and so it's appearing before us without any sort of input or engagement, and that's the whole point of the work group. So we can, Mr. Borkowski, we can send this back to the sort of the next iteration.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds reasonable, but I'm just sort of I'm concerned about taking some language that hasn't really been vetted through the group process, and I think, you know, the advantage of it is that you get input from the utilities, but it can actually become better if it's sort of worked through the process. Please.
I just wonder, can we create the uniform planning disclosure concept and maybe allow the work group to go ahead and fill it in, just so we can establish the concept of it, because I think it's a good idea. But I tend to agree at this point, if no one has had a chance to actually review all the different components, maybe it can be made better. I mean, is that a good compromise position at this point?
I would add, for this particular one, I believe it was discussed in some fashion, but I can't be certain of that. So I think for this, it's not a must-have, and it could be directed to that. But your general point on the disclosure, Appendix D, I think this one was, like we said, back and forth. I think it might have meant to be in Appendix A as a red line, but I think given the confusion on that one, I think that's fair, and it would be reasonable, in my opinion, to work on the disclosure as outlined as a starting point and direct the work group to sort of finalize that. That would be
Okay,
a good step.
I think that makes sense. Any other comments?
No, let's move
Okay.
on. Okay, does OPC have any other
Yeah,
items?
I would also add, Commissioners, in Appendix B, in this section, we have our language about approving the electric system plan. And Commissioner Suchman, I know you spoke earlier about your concerns with that. But
Mostly because I don't know what it means.
Right.
And, I mean, when you approve something, there are consequences to that. And short of, I mean, I think we're going to want to be engaged in the process, and I think we're going to be able to speak to whether we think that what has been proposed is consistent with COMAR. But approving something, I mean, and I can't help but be a lawyer here, has consequences, and if there are no consequences, then I'm not really, and I'm also very worried about how this could impact our prudency considerations, and I just think that I'm happy to revisit this, but I think that we need to have some more conversation about this.
part of our concern here was that there isn't really an opportunity here for the commission to ensure that a plan has met the provisions of COMAR. Once the utilities provide their initial draft version of the electric system plan, they'll come to the commission for feedback. But then after 90 days, they publish it on their website. That's the end of the planning cycle. And so we think that there should be, recognizing that there might be a need to be thoughtful about what exactly the commission's approving, having some sort of mechanism for the commission to say, you have not completed a final electric system plan because you have not met the requirements of COMAR.
That would be, if you came up with some language that says that. So Mr.
I
Kukowski.
disagree. It's in there. We have the final part of this. Electric companies shall publish a final electric system plan under the docket assigned to each electric company, after consideration of feedback in Regulation 1 or I, and it's a commission, it's, other feedback received from stakeholders, this is fully covered. I really,
And I can tell you that if we don't like what we're seeing, we're not going to stay quiet. I mean, I think I've kind of proved that the last 2 years on the bench, and yes, and please, but I think all of the members here and the chair on the phone has not been shy about being clear that if we're not liking what we see, we're going to say something. But approving something, I mean, we approve rates, and that has consequences. I don't know what approving a plan means, and I worry about that. So, yes.
Yeah, thank you. If I can just weigh in on behalf of Sierra Club, this is a concern that we also have with the regulations. There's several bits of language in this section, including under Part I, where it's I2, where it says electric companies shall evaluate any feedback. We're just concerned that that has this degree of permissive language that's also found in Section J, the consideration of feedback. It seems as though there could be more mandatory language requiring the implementation of feedback, not just the evaluation or consideration of feedback. And I know this. I'm not concerned at all about this commission's ability to kind of hold the utilities accountable and let them know if they've not complied with the regulations. But just for best practices, going forward in the event that a future commission could be looking at this, I do think it's important that the commission explicitly state that it will be reviewing the plan's completeness and then, as OPC said, really approving them. And I hear what you're saying about the term approve, and maybe that's not the exact right term, but that is a model that we're seeing in other states. Like, for example, in New York, the utilities are filing their distribution system plans, and the commission is reviewing them with extensive stakeholder input and determining whether to approve them. So maybe approval is almost more procedural in a sense, like a determination of completeness as opposed
I can tell you, words have meaning. And if I can't tell you what something means, then someone else is going to tell us, like a court.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Again, I'm kind of thinking in the terms of how we do the reliability, and there is a plan there, and so we have a chance annually to go through and make decisions about like down wires or call response centers, and so we do have a product that we look at. It doesn't mean that we're pre-approving anything or we're setting, we're saying, you're going to get all recovery, but it is, setting, a certain roadmap, a plan for what we expect the utilities to do. So is there something we can do that's analogous to that so that, this work plan does have some meaning and it has been looked at, but again, trying to address Commissioner Suchman's, Chair Suchman's issue. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that, just having the commission, like, both assess the completeness of the plan and then provide feedback. Like, part of my concern is that the utilities are required to evaluate any feedback, but the term evaluate doesn't even require, it's not even indicative of like a degree of binding feedback from the commission as a regulator. It's more open-ended a little bit and just requires utilities to like consider feedback as opposed to implementing feedback. So maybe some degree of commission review plus feedback, which would, if feedback is provided that the plans are inadequate, there'd be some requirement that utilities implement that feedback as opposed to simply evaluating and then determining whether or not to. Because
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have a little bit of a problem of mandating the inclusion of feedback. Not all feedback is correct.
I mean, feedback from the commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and
Well-
we don't do that in regulation. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't constrain ourselves or future commissions.
I assumed it was
Yeah, no, that's not a-
us, because obviously what we do has to be actuated.
Yeah, but we do set, like in the case of reliability, we set certain standards for call centers and for like
right, but those are
wire response. And
right, but those are the standards for the entities we regulate. But we don't set regulations for ourselves.
Okay, yeah, that
That's-
makes sense. I guess it will
that's-
be in the event that the commission provides feedback, it has to be implemented by the utilities. Because right now the language is a bit more permissive.
Yeah, I think if we provide feedback and the utilities don't implement it, I think that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that part, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, not for us.
Plus, it says the commission, may issue an order. If the commission orders something, they're going to do it.
Right.
If you provide that they should consider something, they'll consider it. I really feel like we have models out there like the, annual reliability conference, which is what we were directed as a work group to try to use that model in developing our regulations. And I think these regulations reflect that model.
Well, and I think you have to be careful about putting too much. I mean, I've both drafted legislation and drafted regulation in my years, and you have to be careful about the words you put in, because sometimes if you put too much in, it becomes very hard to manage, and you may not get what you need. I'm always in favor of brevity.
Yeah, no,
and so-
I completely agree with you. There's an analogy to legislation that's very direct.
Just for OPC and for Sierra Club, I mean, you've heard John direct you to certain language. Does that allay any of your concerns as far as what your, some kind of a work product or plan? Because it looks like the staff did try to, I guess, accommodate that or recognize the concern you're raising, both you and OPC.
Yeah, I mean, and I can defer to OPC, but just the nature of my concern is like if a utility submits a plan that's not sufficiently like thorough or detailed, not through no fault of the utility. I mean, this is a new process, right? So there should be some degree of thorough review by the commission to determine whether these plans are really addressing the required components. So I'm just concerned that if a plan doesn't adequately address them, that there might not be like a mechanism of.
Yeah, I mean, just from experience working with, like, again, looking at the reliability standards, I mean, we have often, if we don't like what we see in a plan or we find it too thin or something, I think we have not shied away from letting the utilities know that.
Well, and Mr. Prokowski, in the COMAR language that's being proposed now, if we don't like what we've seen, if we don't think that the proposal is robust enough, what does the language provide that we will do?
I've highlighted it. There's two components. One is you could provide an order, which includes direction so it's very clear that you could provide an order with direction, and they'll have to follow the order.
But we could do that even if it's not in COMAR.
Right.
We have broad authority, and with a different commission, we also can't bind them to what we are doing now.
And that's why we use may, because we had a big discussion about may versus shall here, and we said, no, basically, the commission doesn't regulate itself. You can't bind them, and, so we wanted to provide the intent by using the terminology may, recognizing that shall is more problematic.
Right.
But, also electric companies shall evaluate any feedback. Now, so it's either an order directing or it's feedback. So, they have to consider it, and then they publish their final electric system plan.
Okay.
And I think if something is filed after the fact and still doesn't meet, the need, that's evaluated anyway, and stakeholders can provide comments, and it can be reopened. I think we're trying to be so prescriptive about this process that we're not recognizing that the commission already has processes in general to deal with these cases.
So
I think our concern remains that I-4 says within 90 days of the technical conference, the electric companies shall publish on their website the response, and then J says once they publish once they consider those and publish the responses to stakeholder feedback, they shall publish a final electric system plan. And so I think having some explicit mechanism here that says if the commission sends direction back to the electric company that requires more than 90 days worth of, significant revisions, that we don't end an electric system planning cycle once that timer runs out.
Okay. Okay. You can, but that can be put into that I understand what you're saying. So why don't you propose that? I mean, I'm assuming that the utility would be fine about getting some extra time if you don't want to constrain their ability to respond except as otherwise provided by the commission. Can we just put that language in? If you put in except as other, so they'd have to file something within 90 days except as otherwise required by the commission. And that would take care of that issue.
And so long as there is a mechanism to ensure that the electric system planning cycle can't be short shrifted by running out of clock in terms of not responding.
Well, that's why if you put in except as otherwise provided by the commission. Right. Okay, Ms. Lombardi, you had a comment or a question?
I do, Madam Chair, and so thank you for kind of seeking clarity on what direction means, and I don't know if that's the direction that you were going when it says here in the language that Mr. Borkowski highlighted, the commission shall provide direction.
Well, it's the 90 days, so you don't want to, we don't want anybody to feel constrained by the 90-day period. If we have a major problems with a planning proposal, we're going to have to give the utilities more than 90 days, and we don't want the utility to come back and say, well, I'm sorry, we have the 90 days, we're just going to put up whatever we can do.
Agreed, and I was piggybacking on something that she said, that it's when you were asking for what exactly are you reviewing or improving, and so we would, review and provide direction regarding the completeness and adequacy of the plan to meet state goals. And so it's extra language, but it's completeness.
Okay, so show me where that is.
And so I was thinking in the language, I have it here, it's annual electric company's consideration of feedback, which is IA. I'm looking at OPC appendix. There. I'm sorry, I wasn't on the 90 days. I was up.
I1.
That's it. I1, which may include direction for the electric companies. Yeah. And so my suggestion would be direction as to the completeness and adequacy of the plans to meet state goals, if you're looking for what direction you mean.
Yeah, again, you're putting constraints on us.
Got it, okay.
And then all it does is it gives the utilities the ability to come back and say, well, we met the conditions around completeness, but if we have another problem, we're not going to be able to come at them because they're not. So at some point, you're just going to have to trust that we can look at a plan and know whether we have a problem with it or not.
Understood.
Okay.
And if I could follow up on Commissioner Sushman's comments, I mean, at the risk of saying to everybody, trust us, I think you can be assured that, particularly with the first iteration of these plans, that one, we will take a very close look at them, and two, as Mr. Borkowski mentioned, there is this provision for an order, so I'm pretty sure that the order is going to include the ability for stakeholders to make comments on either the adequacy or inadequacies of the plans that are being put forward. So I'm a little concerned that trying to put something in the regulations is either going to straitjack us into doing something on this, or it's going to create this loop of review and comment, and we're never going to get anything finally done. So I think, again, you're just going to have to trust our ability to make sure that these plans work right and look at them, very closely when they're put forward, and give opportunities for folks to make comments on them.
Sorry, I did want to share Sierra Club. Sierra Club's feedback didn't make it into the overall red line, joint red line, so I did have two other points I wanted to make on part 4, if that's so, if this is the right time. If not, I'm happy to. So
Because just doing part 4.
Yeah.
Now, are these comments that other participants in the work group have seen?
Yeah, so they were
And-
made in our written comments, but they weren't made in like a red line format.
Okay, but
They didn't make it in a red line format, or they would have been in here.
Yeah.
They've just made comments on regulations without proposing the red line.
okay,
Yeah,
but you actually
apologies.
didn't propose specific comments on
Specific
or,
edits.
or specific edits.
Well, I think we just did it more in narrative form, but some of the edits are very like quite specific. So apologies for not adhering to that procedure.
And the only reason I'm asking is because, again, this is a long work group process, and it works so much better if it's proposed in the work group. And unless it's going to change the character of the regulations, is it something that can be addressed in subsequent work groups? Because the work group is going to continue on. I mean, the concern I have is that no one really, I mean, you're going to ask us for a language change as opposed to sort of general comments, and I'm nervous about sort of making language changes unless we do it. But separate apart from that, I'm just worried about no other party having had a chance to actually really look at the language. So I'm sort of asking if this is something that can be taken up at a later date.
Well, I'm just concerned. So, okay, I can talk about one of them that does involve like a distinct, pretty simple language change, which is something we mentioned in our comments in this docket, which might be a relatively simple thing to bring up, but that I would like. Yeah, it might be problematic if it stays in the final regs, which is Part 4, A2. It basically has language that I think is ambiguous in it, which we flagged in our written comments in this docket, that the publishing frequency of the plan shall be a minimum of every 3 years. I think that a minimum of every 3 years implies it could be every 4 years, every 5 years, every 10 years. I think this just should be changed to shall be at least every 3 years, or just
Or
simply
should it
every
be
3
shall
years.
be, comma, at a minimum, comma, every 3 years.
Or just simply shall be every 3 years, so that it's clear that it can't be more than 3. I think that was our only concern.
Well, the question is, I mean, it could come in 2 years. They could be every 2 years. So it could just be an electric company's electric plan shall be submitted. I mean, the publishing frequency is awkward language. I'm sorry. I don't really want to get in so an electric company's electric system plan shall be, what shall it be? Is it filed? Is it?
I think if you just eliminate you've got it. It says a minimum every 3 years.
Oh, the frequency shall be a minimum.
Or just
every 3 years. And the question is, where is it? I mean, it's the plan is put on their website, so it's not filed with us. So it's
It will
put.
be filed with.
So it will be filed. So can we say that? Can electric company's electric plan shall be filed?
The filing is later on in the regs.
Okay.
We tried to break the regs up into specific components, so we cover the filing in a different part of the regs.
Well, it's
But-
published, so, and it would be a new plan. It wouldn't just be the same plan.
Right, because we define electric system plan to mean something different from an annual electric
Okay.
system plan update.
I believe if I may, this is one we did go back and forth with John, and I think it initially was just recognizing that there's the plan updates that happen on the interceding years of a full plan, and so the language was meant to convey at minimum every 3 years, could be a full plan every 2 years if planning
Yeah.
changes, so
See-
maybe just changing minimum to maximum.
Yeah, no, so reading this definitely looks like consensus drafting as a compromise.
And if I could add a little bit of clarity to that, the reason that it was drafted at a minimum is to account for other utilities and their planning cycles, because we all are in different planning cycles. So that's why we couched it as a minimum and not a maximum range. We did have a lot of discussion over that time frame in the work group, just due to the differences between the utilities.
Well, and then to get to the the cycling. So, you have one utility, so the first utility may only have 2 years, and then the others will have 3 years.
Right,
So,
and so we were trying to make it uniform for, to apply to all the utilities, but allow the flexibility with using the term minimum, so that people in different planning cycles may be publishing at different times.
So how about not more than?
yeah,
Well, how's that different from?
yeah, not more than 3 years.
That works. That addresses my
Could be
concern.
four,
Okay.
Could be
Yeah.
five,
Thank
could
you.
be 6.
Okay, we would be fine with that.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna strike a few more things. I can keep moving Chair Hoover's.
So, yeah. Well, he's got this like bluish background. It's like he's at a disco, but we won't judge.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, you had a question.
Before we go though, Mr. Wilson, can I just make sure I
Yeah.
get this edit right? Because
Yeah.
Can you repeat the edit? Shall be.
Not more than every 3 years.
Okay, so I'll highlight that in red. All right, I think I got it.
Okay, so
Sorry.
No. I was, with the discussion in regards to the stakeholders, I just wanted to point out in the regulations where, in part 4, D, we have, C, D, and E has the utilities taken into consideration, stakeholder input.
Okay.
And then F, D and E. D says summary, the utilities had to provide in their preliminary electric system plan a summary of feedback received in C and D of this regulation. And then E says electric companies' response to feedback received in C and D of this regulation. So with that, by the time they provide a preliminary electric system plan, they've already should have considered or evaluated, however we want to use it, stakeholder input, and they're required to provide a summary and how they responded to that.
right, that's the expectation.
Right,
So,
right.
okay.
Can I,
And
I
I
go
don't-
back? I think when you made the change, it actually means now that it's no more frequent than every 3 years.
So I was a little worried
I think
about
it
that.
seems like it's the opposite.
Could we perhaps change it to an electric company shall publish an electric system plan at
Within
least
every 3
once every 3 years?
Yeah,
At least
there we go.
That sounds fine.
Thank you.
That's the winner. Yeah, right. Okay, so,
Okay, thank you.
oh, we're not done with 4, huh?
Madam Chair, I'll be quick.
Yeah,
We talked about the staggered start of this. If that's not in regulation, then where will we address that?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, that was something that someone had raised, but I don't know that we necessarily want to do that in regulation because, you'll draw straws and you'll figure out who's going to go first.
Agreed. And I know, I mean, we talked about this in the work group some. OPC did mention, I don't know if there's agreement, but a discussion on utilities going some utilities going each year. I guess Potomac Edison would like them to start having expectation of when the first cycle will be. If it's going to be in 2026 or if it's going to be later, and then what's required in advance. So if PE's first cycle is 2028, are we supplying anything in 26 and 27? Or are we starting
Yeah,
in 28?
I think we'll have to have a conversation. Don't you think that that's beyond the scope of the regs?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So,
I would like to get the work group to sort of line up a schedule and start
well,
talking about
and
it.
I'm assuming that you will talk amongst the utilities and figure out who can go first. I'm assuming P wants to go last. Oh, actually,
It would be agreeable.
SMECO wants to go last.
Commissioner,
Right. But I can sort of, I'm sure you can figure this one out.
So that's an item for the work group to discuss.
I think
in the next
so.
phase. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner, just to clarify OPC's position here, if we're adopting regs that are substantially similar to the consensus regulations that Mr. Burkowski sent around, we don't think that we need to stagger. We think that staggering might be helpful if we were to have the more fulsome version that reflects OPC's edits. But as Sierra Club,
I'm not sure that that's the case, because I'm expecting as fulsome a filing as we can get. We just don't need to have everything written out in the regulations. I mean, we're not expecting, sort of, bare minimum filings. I just don't think that we need to have everything put in the regulations that we need. So it may still be that you're going to have a staggered filing. But I think from our perspective to the utilities, we're expecting a very sort of robust process.
Okay, can we move on from 4, or do you have anything?
we have one more matter in 4. If you look at OPC Appendix B, this is in the clean version, PDF page 78. OPC proposes regulations that specify discovery procedures and lay out clearly how discovery will occur. I know that I believe the Exelon utilities also brought up proposed discovery procedures in their red lines, and so we think that given just in our proposals how distinct they are, having some sort of discussion about that in the regulations or some sort of decision about that would be helpful.
Okay, so again, I've got, 4 different pieces of.
This is in our filed comments.
Okay. So it's not in here.
I don't believe so. It's in our filed comments.
Well, this is your filed comments.
Oh, then yes, it is in there.
Okay, but it's not in what I have.
Appendix B, it's page
B.
78 of the
Okay.
PDF.
So, Your Honor, if I may say something before we go into this.
Please.
This is language that has never been before the working group. It was placed in here for the first time in the comments, and we don't believe it's appropriate to be even considering this before it goes through the working group.
Yeah, I mean, is that the case? This is new.
I believe it might have shown up in our straw proposal.
Well, it is in the section that you say is new and beyond the scope of these regulations back in the end of the comments.
Yeah, sorry. C is the regulations which we proposed would happen in further work group proceedings. B were the additions that were not mere red lines that we thought should be approved by the commission today.
Right, so, Mr. Burkowski, there are discovery procedures now that are being
Right.
proposed. Okay, so this would just be in addition to those.
Well,
or not
we did not get specific about discovery other than state that there would be a discovery process, but does a discovery process need to be in the regs? I mean, typically, in a case, discovery procedures are, part of, the case. So, I feel like if the commission wants to be more specific about discovery procedures, it doesn't need to be in regs, and they could probably provide more direction how they feel the discovery procedures should take place in the future. But I really don't feel like discovery procedures should be in regs, and this level of specificity wasn't provided in any of the work
Yeah,
group
okay.
meetings.
So I think you can take this up in the work group. If you think that the commission needs to give the parties more guidance, we can certainly do that in an order. If we don't, as a rule, put this kind of specificity into discovery procedures, it's probably not a good idea to do that here. Yes?
Yeah, I think that would be fine if it was as part of what I understand you might be considering, which is a bench order on top of the adopted regulations today. I think the intent here was there was a real lack of progress around the data sources, scope, and access content in the work group, as you heard from this morning, that has been kind of going that direction for years now.
Okay.
And so part of what OPC did in the initial recommended red lines, which were vetted and discussed ad nauseum at the work group to the extent that they had to be put away on the shelf for lack of consensus. It was very data intensive in the metrics section, and then we went through a subsequent process to actually recommend which one of these are actually more pertinent to a standardized data request.
Okay, so we're gonna take this back with the rest of the stuff that we're doing. Not we, Mr. Bukowski is going to take this back.
I don't know if I can. I'd be conflicted.
Yeah, okay, well, somebody will take this back. And we'll look at this. I mean, certainly we want there to be an engaged discovery process, and we want you to get as much information as you need to be able to review the proposals coming out. So we'll take a look at this. Are folks in agreement here?
Agreed.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I think we can move on. I recommended earlier that we had the discussion about metrics earlier and had agreed on direction. I wrote the direction this morning about metrics. I think there are 3 levels of planning metrics, which the DSP work group should further convene to align. Because the utilities are going to report on metrics as the regulations are currently written. And that, to the extent that we can make them standard, we should try to do that before the first reporting cycle. But also recognize that, as we heard here today, that the utilities need the flexibility to report metrics that recognize their unique situations. The data reporting, I really feel like the work group and the other work groups need to collaborate, and that can be in a bench order on the data reporting that exists or needs to be developed that should be feeding into the DSP reporting while erring on the side of providing the data. So if there's a question, we should err on the side of providing the data.
That makes sense.
And then the metric standards were also mentioned, but that's not in the scope at this time.
Okay, so this is 05.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
the decision this morning that I tried to reflect from '05, so I'm suggesting that we do not need to discuss '05 anymore.
That sounds good. Folks, in agreement? You just say yes. There we go. Okay. Yes, we're good.
All right, and we do not need to discuss '06 since I don't think there was any non-consensus in '06. So we're back to '03, which will take some time. I'm not going to go through each section where there were comments. What I would recommend that, as a way to proceed to you, Madam Chair, is that we just ask the stakeholders, based on things we've heard today, what can't go back to the work group that they're proposing that needs to be discussed here today.
Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the fun stuff. Okay. on the here at the hearing, some hearing. All right. Back on the record. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, Mr. Brokowski, we ready to, Ms. Harper, did you have something that you wanted to share? Or you just needed to stand? Yeah, I don't blame you.
Okay, so we only have two more regulations to go, 03, and then we'll clean up with 02, which is the definitions, which 03 impacts. So
Okay.
at this point, what we try to do with 03 is model all the blocks that are in the JADE process map. So every time you see a title or a subtitle, it's a match to the JADE process map, and that's how we develop these regs. I don't think we had as much non-consensus on that as we do about what's in the blocks. But with that, I would just open it up for stakeholders to say where they really have an issue with certain parts of this. But I would also request that they think about things that really need to get done today versus
and that's,
in the work group.
and the as feasible language knocked out.
Right.
And we're not inclined to put all the matrix stuff in. But all right.
So should we just ask them to talk
I
through?
think OPC had the most
Right,
changes,
that's what it looks
we
like.
should probably go to OPC
Okay,
first.
so OPC.
Yeah, I'll start while they're conferencing real quick.
please.
Just since we're not going to touch on, it sounds like metrics today, but there will be possibly some follow-up, which we encourage with more firm direction of how the work group should treat these metrics that are out of scope, because I think we missed about 4 months of activity where we could have been furthering the metrics and goals as they pertain to electric system planning, but instead we sort of had this standoff where if another group had any kind of domain in that area, it was sort of stalling the conversation. So I think one of those, with just respect to greenhouse gas emissions, I'll just touch on that first, because I think it's very paramount to the Climate Solutions Now Act. It doesn't show up anywhere in the regulations. And so just under Section H of Regulation 3, we've introduced and would recommend sort of this suite of where we talk about identify possible solutions to grid needs as part of that evaluation, considering the greenhouse gas reduction benefits of non-wire solutions as part of that. Now that could be under the Maryland Uniform Cost Benefit Method, that could be part of that. But as you saw from the Exelon Utilities comments, they're also trying to argue that you should introduce into, I believe, the earlier stage where you identify possible non-wire solutions as cost effective, and I think that was actually intentionally removed from those regulations based on discussion, which I brought up in the meeting, one of the meetings, about you don't want to pre-screen and predetermine, as we discussed earlier this morning, any of those findings. So just the subset there, I think on Section H, we would recommend, I think we see those as pretty critical, both greenhouse gas, but also the locational value study, like sort of making an explicit call out that can actually be used other than just a standalone study off to the side.
Can I ask that we bring the actual red lines up? It's hard to know what without.
Yeah, so I was going to ask the same question. So are you in your filing the Appendix A?
Yes, page
Section
66
B
of the PDF.
B 67.
Appendix A.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at it electronically, so it might be a different number, but
A9 of Appendix A.
yeah,
A9 and A10.
I'm confused by that.
Right.
Was this language proposed to the work group?
I believe it was discussed and not, we describe in the comments the importance of including this and how it's responsive to state policy goals. Other than discussing it in the work group, it was not proposed in this exact form, but I believe it was introduced and then removed from consideration because it was perceived not to pertain, or that the initial reference in Section A to applicable state laws was sort of subsumed. Like that was kind of the go-to move was, hey, this is already referenced in state law, but if you look at the laws, they say, it obviously needs to be fleshed out in working groups to be more, how does this get operationalized? And those conversations really stalled and sort of is reflected in the proposed regulations.
See, I'm trying to understand how this is different from the matrix that's looking to, I mean, there's going to be so many different ways of looking at at the impact of particular proposals. So there's going to be the greenhouse gas reductions, there's going to be addressing grid constraints, there's going to be so many different ways of.
I agree.
Mr. Borkowski?
Yeah, these regulations have to address all the state policy goals, which are 12 of them.
Yeah.
And when
Yeah.
you start carving out and focusing on one at the expense, at the expense of the others, I just think it's problematic. I think the fact that we basically state goals and objectives early on in Regulation 3 sort of covers the scope of what should be considered an electric system plan. And in fact, the legislation that was passed under the Electric System Scope and Funding Act requires the Commission every December 1st to send a report how distribution system plans are, impacting state policy goals. And we did that for the first time last year. And so to the extent that, greenhouse gases, reliability and resilience, all these different things that are objectives that we want to achieve with our electric system plans, I think it's covered in the goals and objectives.
Right, and this kind of goes to my point earlier about putting too many words in. I mean, we're gonna be doing this, and it's gonna be, to Mr. Borkowski's point, we're not gonna favor one piece. It may be that one particular wire solution has minimal greenhouse benefits, but has huge system benefits, and we're not gonna say that makes it less important. It has different importance, but we're gonna insist that we have the whole panoply of benefits, not just one. Commissioner Barve.
Oh, at the risk of extending the conversation, in this description of non-wire solutions, does that include or not include reconductoring?
I believe Sierra Club can speak to that. They put that in their comments. I would say it's in a technical sense.
Well, let me tell you why I've asked the question. The reason I asked the question is that I agree with the Madam Chair. If we put in more words, we start to bring up all sorts of issues that we haven't considered. And in this instance, I mean, one of the things that and I'm only speaking on my behalf, I don't automatically see DERs or non-wire solutions as being the best solutions in every instance. And I would prefer that something like this go through the work group so that you can talk about the granular details of, reconductoring in or out. I mean, I appreciate what you're writing here, saying assess a combination of non-wire solutions and traditional wire solutions that will result in lower net costs for comparative levels of reliability. But, it's in the same language with where you're talking about, I guess you're talking about greenhouse gases someplace here.
Yeah.
To me, this feels like a detail that needs to be worked out in the work group.
Yeah, I suppose we erred on the side of including explicit recommendations because of the fact that if you look again at the Exelon Utilities comments on the metrics, for non-wire solutions, they have comments saying, well, this is mostly storage. And in our view, it should encompass energy efficiency, demand response, flexible EV charging, and even tariff development for flexible interconnection of new loads and generation. And so, again, that was kind of the impetus was to try to reflect more in the regulation.
I just don't want to. I don't want to put a bias in favor of one type of solution than another. I mean, sometimes the best way to drive down costs and carbon is, a gigantic power production plant, whether it's a solar field or a nuclear plant or a field of wind turbines off of Ocean City. So. I mean, economies of scale are really great.
That last one you hit on, to assess the combination of two, was really based on a finding from Lawrence Berkeley Lab about community solar plus storage and how it can actually fit with grid modernization updates like reconductoring and other things.
And we're going to want to see all of that in the grid plan. But we don't have to be that detailed. And again, I just worry that you put too much language in, and then the courts are going to assume that we meant to exclude everything else. That's always a challenge.
Commissioner,
Sierra Club.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't raising my hand immediately, but I have several points throughout part 3, but I'm not, like, I mean, I could elaborate on what we recommended, but
Well,
it's similar to
I thought
OPC.
we'd finish with
Yeah,
OPC.
well, for sure.
Then,
This, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I have a comment on this specific provision.
but I think we're not going to accept the provision.
Is everything gone then? All of the changes to be?
Yeah, to be, yeah, I think so. I mean, I see more problems than help.
Okay, then I have no comments. Thank you.
We're just stopping at non-wires.
I think just keeping the original language with the fix that got rid of the feasible.
Okay, well, that's what I
Language.
want to talk about. So if you want to get rid of feasible, that's fine. I want to argue that we should not have identify possible, consider possible. I mean, my concern, our concern is the same as Commissioner Barve expressed in the early time. We can't consider every possible crazy, there's some things that are just not going to be reasonable to consider, but we consider the things that would make sense within the system planning. So, it's just like that we may get feedback that we should consider putting something on the moon. We can't consider that. So
Well,
I think if you have consider possible versus just identifying a bunch of.
Just say the moon.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to get something that's.
Well, that's all been faked, so.
now, I did take out as feasible, but where feasible was appropriate, I left that. And considering feasible non-wire solutions, I think is the proposed language, and I think addresses your comment.
If that's what we're keeping, that's good, because that's what we do. So just so you know, we already do that in our planning process.
Well, then I don't understand why we need the word feasible.
'Cause we're
You're
not-
just going to consider them. We're not telling you have to adopt them, but you have to consider them. Is that you're not going to consider non-feasible.
Well, that's what we're trying to avoid.
Right, so that's why the word is kind of, it doesn't really work here. So you're going to consider, and I would get rid of feasible up above, because you're not going to identify not feasible solutions.
That,
I mean,
as long as we're not going to the realm of every possible.
Well, but you wouldn't identify every possible wire solution either.
That's right. That's right. It just
I mean, 765 kV, you're not going to just, have it strung all over. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, you want to identify, grid needs, you want to identify non-wire solutions. I would change consider to identify. Right, so that it kind of matches. So you're going to identify solutions for identified grid needs, and you're going to identify non-wires. You're going to, well, you tell me, consider or
I
identify.
think we consider them. I mean, as part of our planning process, we consider these solutions. So we may identify solutions, right? Part of the process, you'll identify potential solutions, but then you consider the ones that actually are, might be feasible. So I would stick in B with consider and leave identify up front.
Well, the question is, I mean, you can say you consider them, but the parties will never see it. That's the benefit of identifying, is you can identify non-wire solutions, but you won't necessarily propose them. You can just say, these are solutions we've identified that could take care of the problem, but they're too costly, so we won't go along with it.
You're more concerned with what gets on paper and what people can.
Right, because they won't know that you've considered and rejected them. So I'm assuming OPC would like to identify. Okay.
How about we say, shall identify non-wire solutions considered to? So.
Yeah, because you want
we're
the
identifying what we considered and telling you why it didn't.
Right.
Or did.
Right.
Included.
Right. And then you'll know what they didn't consider. I mean, if if you didn't identify reconductoring, even though reconductoring makes perfect sense, then OPC is going to say, well, why didn't you include reconductoring in this?
Yeah, that's not a non-wire solution. So we do that all the time.
Oh, well, it depends on who you talk about.
Okay, well, with that, the identify and considered, we're good.
Okay, and then, yes, Sierra Club has a comment on that language.
We do actually have a comment on the language, which is similar to OPC's, but potentially worth sharing in light of the reconductoring issue that was just raised. So our recommendation textually was to add grid enhancing technologies, reconductoring, and similar measures alongside the term non-wire solutions, just because those are other mechanisms, including sensors, power flow control device. Like, these are all other mechanisms that would be useful to consider.
Right, and it's like, do you identify non-wires to include those kinds of solutions, John?
Not if they're wire solution, like reconductoring to me is a wire solution.
Yeah.
Well, look, the reason I asked the question about reconductoring is not because I wanted to advocate for it necessarily. I just wanted to understand what is and isn't being considered and to what degree we're introducing granularity into the rules here, into the regulations here. I think this needs to go before the work group, and I think the work group understands the position of the commission with respect to reconductoring and batteries and all that jazz pretty well.
Yeah, I would just point out the definition, I think, John, on the section above does say for non-wires includes one or more DER's technologies and or leads to the introduction of new or modification of existing energy management practices. So I think that kind of speaks to grid enhancing technologies as more of an emerging
So it could be reconductoring.
It seems like
right.
That would
Okay.
be my interpretation.
I mean, I can tell you that the commission would be interested in a broad definition of non-wires.
And in Part A, it says solutions for identified grid needs.
Yeah.
It doesn't specify.
Right. I think we're
that
gonna.
leaves
I
it
think
broader.
we will interpret this broadly to include whatever is available and makes sense. Less is right. This one less is more.
You could also strike the non-wires and just make it, I mean, if you want to make it broad.
No, I think it's important to
that
keep
it
the
was in there is
non-wires
because
in.
they wanted to
we
make
are.
sure that one specific thing was considered.
Yeah.
But-
Here's the definition.
Yeah.
Technologies and leads to the
I know.
So I think that's broad.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to be discussed in the work group follow-up, but I think in your decision about what to include in that follow-up order, I would recommend that really focusing on that hybrid solution, because that's what's proving to be really where the sweet spot is. It can be very easy to say, oh, a standalone battery is not going to solve what a substation upgrade can, but maybe a reduced substation upgrade capacity or staging those upgrades with more non-wires investments is a good.
Right, and I think that's why I don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're doing wires or non-wires, because it could be wires and non-wires, and so we just don't want to. We don't want to, sort of over-define this so that we end up with a provision that doesn't work.
Okay. Other comments?
I just want to confirm that we're striking as feasible from Part D.
I can go through the whole thing.
Yeah, John took care of.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I left feasible and only because I felt it fit in those particular areas. But D as feasible, F as feasible. Under locational value, you could see there's a number of feasible and appropriate.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, all right.
That's fine. That's.
Okay, so that's what's for OPC, I guess. We're moving on.
We had some comments earlier in D under DER forecasts, and those were about laying out how we expect, how the commission should expect electric system plans to advance over time, specifically with regards to DER forecasting capabilities. As we talked about, there's going to be stages of what capabilities the utilities have in terms of providing these holistic electric system plans. But given how long these cycles are and the need to proactively gain these capabilities, we thought it was important to lay out what the Commission will expect in terms of DER forecasting as a longer-term goal. And we have in other parts of the regulation, in the near term and in the longer term, and we thought it was important to lay that out in the DER forecast section as well. So this is on page 64 to 65 of, 63 to 64 of the PDF, A7 to A8.
It's on the screen too.
Yeah, no, I have your Appendix A, unless you changed it.
No,
No, this one looks the same. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it all on one page, but it's not, there. Sorry about that.
Okay, so your concern is that the utility, you're concerned about the utility's ability now to do adequate DER forecasting, and you aren't going to try to push them to be more robust in what they are doing. Is that?
Right. We think over time the utilities should be required to enhance their DER forecasting capabilities, and this sets out what they should be aiming for in terms of what their future capabilities should be, recognizing that they may not have those capabilities at this time.
So, may I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. So a couple things. I mean, first of all, the Exelon utilities are already working on integrating DERs, both in terms of DER forecasting. We've got a number of things that we can do, and then also in terms of solutioning, which we've already talked about. Secondly, I think this gets back into the point that you've been making, 2 points that you've been making, Commissioner Suchman. First of all, it's a lot of words. Secondly, this is an iterative process. And so I think, what we came to in the proposed regulations as a working group was some things that were already a stretch for every utility. Some are in different places. And so that was a good balance of pushing the utilities forward. We're working on it. And then, not having a bunch of regulations that we can't possibly meet, that are just sitting there waiting for, someday for us to, longer term means nothing, right? Short term, long term.
Yeah, I actually have a problem with that because I'd like you to be doing it now. And so I don't really know the shorter term, longer term, I think creates a confusion that and I know that, I know Potomac Edison will have a problem with AMI, and Mr. Krieger, I'm assuming you guys will have a lot of problems with some of the, which is not to say that this is not important to do. So I guess the question is whether, starting with this now, but having the work group look to see how it's sort of shaking out and what more needs to be done. Because this is a lot. If you get the utilities to do this is pretty good. Because this is a first and a really important step. The hourly DER forecasts, that would be great. Because we've been hearing from others that they can't get the hourly data.
But that is a requirement, the hourly, and also the DER forecast, but we didn't go to saying how they would do all that in here, which is more along the lines of what is being proposed here developing, disaggregating DER forecasts at the system level. So, I think we're getting way down in the weeds, whereas the intent
and we'll
should
be
in
down in the
regs.
right, and then we'll be down in the weeds. You'll be down in the weeds, not us, but you'll be down in the weeds, and you will see what you're getting and what you're not getting, and that will give you a better sense of what you need. And I think the utilities will also know what they can and can't do. So, this one sounds like it's. I think this data is really important. I think bringing this back to the work group and seeing what you're getting that for that first iteration can give us a sense of what more we need. Unless you've got a way of, I know you want to push the utilities to do more, and I think that's what this language is intended to do.
May I make one more comment? So I think with regulations, to your point, you don't want them too prescriptive, and you guys have rightly continued to say that we ultimately have the decision making. We ultimately have to be the ones that are responsible for the, producing safe and reliable service. So at the end of the day, this process is ours to own and live up to and be responsible for. I think Mr. Bukowski made a very important point. When you go beyond telling us what to do and you go into telling us how to do it, then you're taking our flexibility away to figure out how to achieve the goals and implement the regulations as they are. And
I think this one, we've heard from others that it's been really hard for DERs to get into the market because they don't have the information that they need to be able to adequately price their product and to sort of move forward. It may be that you will need to be able to get more granular in how you collect data. But I think this is I think this is all going to be really important. I just think that it may be something that the work group continues to work on. I'd hate to just sort of put this in now without more work on this, but I think this is really important. I think sort of staying with this because the DERs to be effective, they need that kind of granularity.
If I may, a couple of points. One, I agree that there's more work that can be done on this, and it's very important. I'll highlight in OPC's comments, there's a section on the sequencing of grid modernization investments. I think there is a temptation, and it's easy to see with the voluminous amount of data that's coming out of these type of proceedings, to let the first plan happen and then react. The reality is, however, as you saw in the Exelon Utilities comments, they mentioned for DER forecasting in particular, they don't have the technologies today to do that. I think with the as feasible decision, we got around that for the short term, but they will be making subsequent investments before the next filing. Most likely, they would be investing in the tools that generate these forecasts, and then it's very hard after those investments get made. And so that's, I think, why we put importance on reflecting, and whether it's in here or in a companion order, having some language that speaks to that expectation would be beneficial, so that stakeholders don't end up 2 years from now saying, oh, well, now the forecasting tools the utilities have don't achieve X, Y, or Z functionality.
No, I appreciate it. So this can be part of what's in the order.
And then the second point was ours here. Some of them are, speaking to locational distribution of the DERs, and I think I would point to Al's, Mr. Bartlett's comment there, which was lifted directly from the Kavala presentation made to the working group and discussed, we brought it up as well, on the importance of not just, as I think the first subcomponent here, just developing hourly forecasts. That is important, but understanding how the eligibility of customers based on their existing fuel types and different things.
I think that is so critical, and I'm not sure, right, and I'm not sure where the utilities are in terms of locational, because it's not just about putting them, it's about placing them. It's where they should be placed, where's the most effective place. And that kind of information needs to be available.
And we would posit that should be in regulation, and then if they cannot meet that, if they need to invest in locational forecasting capabilities, they can request a waiver.
Right, and it may be it may be that we should put that in regulation, but it also may be that we don't need to. Depending on, but that's something that I'd like to see the work group continue to explore, because that is so important. You don't want to just, put a lot of batteries in one place and put a lot of solar facilities in another place without really knowing how they're going to affect the grid and how they're going to impact it both in positive ways, but also perhaps negative ways.
Right.
So that kind of information is really critical.
If I could just also add, this is, I know in your comments you talk about close integration with the transmission system as well, and I think this is especially critical area. So I don't know if where that starts to fit in, but I know your comments hit that point really hard, and I think somehow, ensuring especially our utilities that do both transmission and distribution, or I should say distribution and transmission. We need to help those companies break down the internal stovepipes.
I think that's right, and this is just on my experience working in other jurisdictions. The data center problem, which I know, or not, I guess you could see it as a problem or an opportunity, but the load growth driven by data centers presents a huge challenge, and so often those are connecting at primary transmission voltage levels. However, offsetting that need in some fashion by distribution of connected devices, especially using grid-forming hybrid power plants, where they can support the reliability of the bulk system versus, sometimes inverter-based renewables, which have varying effects, can cause some challenges. And NERC has issued some recent notices on the fact. So the more we don't pay attention to the transmission and distribution interface and how they should be co-optimized, I think that's going to just put us further down the road.
Yeah, and I agree there too.
I agree. 'Cause, we're hearing from PGM1 that our situation is dire with resource adequacy, and we need to start becoming less reliant on PGM and the RMP for reliability pricing model for capacity. So I think these types of things will again help support the state in doing those two, achieving those two recommendations from PJM. So,
Mr. Krieger.
I really wanted to stretch first and foremost, but and
Okay.
I think you hit on the points. Other than I would say that just as a general proposition, visionary statements shouldn't be in regulations.
Yeah, no,
And I think we already addressed that earlier.
Right.
The other point I just want to make, what's clear, I think, or should be clear to all of us, is to borrow from the resource adequacy proceeding both at FERC and here. It's an all of the above approach. That's the expectation.
Well, it's all of the above, but we have to do it in a smart way. You can't just throw all of the at least we have to consider all of the above, but we have to also recognize that we have policies in place here that need to be reflected in the planning model. So I think what we're going to do is keep the language as is, except and this is not modified. But recognize that the movement towards better and more robust DR forecasts critical to getting this stuff done. And we're gonna address that in the order, but also I would encourage you to take it back to the work group and also see what the utilities come up with. And to the extent that you're not happy with where things are going, you know where to come to. So.
Can I just address two things that OPC said? First of all, transmission and planning and distribution planning are not done in silos. They work together. So
I agree. I agree. But even
when
when we've had sometimes
big misrepresentation to say they're in silos. So I wanted to address that. The other thing is locational value. So is already in this. BG&E put together a first of its kind tool to develop to figure out locational value of DER. It's, I think, filed in this docket, isn't it, Mr. Barkowski? Oh, not yet. It's going to be. But we've talked about it in the working group, and we even did a presentation on it. It is very important. It is something that we are actively working on. It is, I would say, more of an output than an input. It's a kind of a market signal as to where DER needs to be on the system to help our system and in the most constrained areas. But it is absolutely important, and we are working on it. So,
good.
And again, I'm sorry if I used, maybe silo is too strong, but I mean, I've actually had Exelon people on panels where I've tried to get one of your people to address how do they work internally, and I've just been told point blank, well, I don't work in that department, or that's not part of what we do. So again, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I hope the Exelon will be a little more open to
Yeah.
better working together inside to try to address some of these challenges, some of these solutions that we need to face. So, that's all. I'm
Yeah, so I will point you back, I believe in the Resource Adequacy Technical Conference, we did talk about the interaction of the two. And maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm sorry that you get that answer, but they do interact.
Okay. Well, even
all
go
the
back to
time.
the transcript from our own resource adequacy hearing we did here last December.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Well, again,
Okay.
this is not the place. I just hope we can leave here with we can do better. I think with having the integration between transmission and distribution planning.
Understood.
If I could, just a last comment on that. I don't know that I mentioned it, but I've spent 5 years previous to this role with Current Energy Group with Portland General Electric as their senior principal planner on the distribution system planning team. And I worked a lot with our transmission planners, and I can speak to what I meant to raise, not saying anything about the comment there, other than to say my intention in bringing that to the awareness of the commission is it's with respect to DERs in particular, and that's maybe virtual power plants as a broad term, which can scale very effectively on a locational basis. Typically, transmission planners, in my experience, will view things more, I have NERC compliance, I've got this maybe RTEP and PJM to deal with, which is very true, but then they also have the usual prerogative of saying, well, demand response and energy efficiency just isn't going to reach the scale that I need. And I think that paradigm is shifting, and because we're really not doing truly integrated planning to optimize those investments. There have been some studies from national labs which show promising results, but it really needs further work from the utilities. So
I've said, we've all said this, that we cannot ignore, transmission planning should not ignore what we're doing here, and vice versa. So, okay, so we're going to keep D the way it is. Okay. Okay, next.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think this is where we could use, I guess, a little bit of direction in regards to how we are to interact with some of the other work groups, where B, Roman numeral 2, is discussing how the utilization of time series forecasting, accounting for discharge charge. In the energy storage work group, they're creating tariff programs or grid services programs that will utilize some of these characteristics in order to establish some programs. Is this, and this is a question, I guess, is this where we may want to interact with those and those existing programs?
Okay, so where are you?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm not following where
Yeah.
you're at.
D, I'm sorry, D, I'm looking at OPCs.
Oh, but we're not going with
Oh, we're not going with that?
No.
Okay, all right, never mind.
No, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
But it'll be
Yeah,
in the order.
Just to DeAndre's point, we're working on a peak load reduction tariff, which would be applicable energy storage, but would also potentially be applicable to VPPs and things of that nature.
Well,
So and also eventually embed a locational component on top of it. So
Right, and that will fit very nicely into this because it'll work into what we're encouraging.
I've just
And-
needed some clarification per commission's order for us.
Right.
I think that's where we were kind of foggy as to how far or how much information are we considering in the DSP work group compared to what's being considered and being worked on in the other work groups. And energy storage work group is going pretty far, very far, in establishing some of these programs. And so how much consideration of what they've done already should we be considering here?
I think you should
more
be-
so than creating some more things or just exploring avenues that they are already established there.
Right, I mean, if you guys could all be working, if you could have like a Friday weekly lunch, I mean, I would love you. No, but seriously, I mean, knowing what they're doing and seeing what they're doing. I mean, I'd like their processes to inform what you're doing, but the reverse could be the case too. That what you're doing should inform what they're doing to sort of understand. If they're pricing storage, what is the distribution system planning group doing in terms of grid support and so it should be each the different groups should be informing one another about what you're doing.
And they do. I talk to myself a lot.
Good. But do you answer?
They're making good progress. And I just didn't want us to step on what they're already doing.
But Mr. Burkowski, if you answer yourself, then we have a problem.
I was going to say, when John, you mentioned this morning that nobody reached out to other work groups, I imagined when you came and joined the DSP work group, we were speaking to you representing that other work group. But
that was prior to me joining, so.
I did want to, if I may, add one comment following on Mr. Jordan's comment there. Sorry, I missed the last name. The one metric I'll just point out of the 120, it's just one metric, but it was kind of carte blanche, or I guess like I'm losing my words. It's late in the day. It was wiped away in the same vein as being under the prerogative of other work groups was number of feeders evaluated for DER integration, and so that. I don't know how you get more clearly electric system planning to further the efforts of other work groups than that, but yet it was still saying, that's the prerogative of other work groups, or it's not a metric supposedly. So I really do think, to echo what was just said, better direction about how the work group should be actually.
I think the response of that's the prerogative of another work group is probably not the appropriate response. It's actually much more appropriate, okay, what are they doing and how can we learn from what they're doing or use what they're doing in this process? So. Okay.
Anything else? I think we.
Oh, I do have concerns about Part 3B. If I can jump to a different section, if folks are ready for that.
He's controlling the
3B.
3B.
Okay, well, I guess the question is, are we finished with OPC?
OPC has additional comments in a little bit later on. We can
Okay.
move to 3B now. Or
Okay, Mr. Burkowski, is it easier to just go by section and then get comments from everybody by section?
I think it's easier just to have people just. Yes. This is 3B. Is this your 3B?
Okay.
Is it fine for me to proceed? I don't want to mess up the complicated order. Okay, thank you. So for 3B2, Sierra Club has another concern under 2A1 about, again, the use of the term minimum where it's somewhat ambiguous. It says information shall be provided at the substation level as a minimum requirement. Again, the term minimum is not entirely clear, but this implies that utilities cannot provide information that's more granular than the substation, but in fact have discretion to provide even less granular data. So I
don't read it that way.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine if others don't read it that way, but I think there's just some degree of, what exactly does it mean?
Yeah, no, it's a little, I guess you could read this as substation or above, or substation and below.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we support the latter interpretation. It just isn't entirely clear to us based on the language in the draft. Especially in light of Part 2.
Well,
yeah.
Can I speak to this? I mean, the work group at one point made a filing with the commission where there was agreement to provide data at a minimum requirement, but the commission order went out and said, no, that's not sufficient. I mean, the commission asked for feeder level information where feeders are, where feeders are identified as system constraints. So, this was a work group consensus item at one point at the substation level, but the commission requested the more granular, and I feel like this regulation reflects the commission direction in that order.
Yeah, I guess the question is, it's just at a minimum could be above or below. So below substation is feeder. Below feeder is Is there anything below feeder?
Yeah, it
Uh,
would- secondary,
lateral.
yeah. Lateral.
Okay, so, at the substation or lesser
We could just
voltage
take-
levels?
We could just take out as a minimum requirement, because that's the minimum.
No, but, can we do at the substation or lower voltage levels?
Well, then that would be expanding,
Well, I guess the question is, what are you trying to reach besides feeders?
well, the point is that most of the time with electric system plans, you're going to have constraints, and you're going to have them at the substation level, you can have them at the feeder level, you can have them at the tap level. This was just saying what level of granularity should be provided, and it's saying that at a minimum, all the data should be provided at the substation level, regardless of whether there's a constraint or not. But if there's a constraint, then you got to go one level further and provide it at the feeder level. So that's what the intent of the regulation.
All right, then the, at a minimum, information shall be provided in an electric system plan at the substation level. So that if the concern is that you want to make sure that the substation information gets in, then it would be at a minimum.
Well, that's the way it's written, but, I think you could take it out.
No, it's actually, by putting it as a clause at the end, it's a little confusing.
Well, also,
I'm deleting it. I'm recommending deleting it.
if I could briefly elaborate.
Oh, okay, so so you want information at the substation level.
Well, I'm also concerned that there is important feeder level information that relates to DER installation, bidirectional EVs. Like, that information should not be provided only in the event of a system constraint, which is an undefined, which is not like a clearly defined term. So that was our concern. Like, why are we limiting, why are we creating a baseline requirement that information be only provided at the substation level as opposed to more detailed feeder information?
Well, can you just have information shall be provided at the substation and feeder level?
That would fully address our concern.
Okay. Ms. Harper, is that too much information?
That's too much information, Your
Okay.
Honor. I mean, I think the commission, and this is the commission's word, the commission struck the right balance in this, we believe. And, it was not articulated in the group why you always need feeder level data in distribution system planning. So I think you clearly need it if there's a constraint, and that makes sense. But this is the wording that we think is appropriate, and it strikes the right balance.
Yeah, I know BGE has 1,500 feeders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
You
seems
know,
like a
and
lot.
you're really talking about a lot of data. I mean, there may be a place down the road for a data mart where everybody can go in and get their data, but, to provide this in a plan, I think this is a reasonable balance.
The other thing is, it's that over amount of information, if you get overwhelmed by all the feeders, then you really won't know which one is constrained. Is your concern that system constraints is capitalized, so I'm assuming that means that it's a defined term?
Right.
Okay, so maybe that's where you look to the definition. There should be a period at the end of system constraints,
Yeah,
at least on mine.
Yeah.
we did have some concerns just about the definition, which is, again, this is not a hill we have to die on. So, I mean, I think if we take out the minimum language, we'd feel more comfortable with that.
Okay, yes, that's what we just did.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's okay.
Okay.
Though I will say that we actually have quite a significant concern about Part C, if everybody's comfortable to jump to that next section. Yeah, Part C, it's just Part C1, because there's only a Part 1. But essentially, we proposed language to modify this. But this section, as it currently reads, only requires state policy goals to be addressed in mid and long-term electric system plans, which basically means that, like, let's say the first electric system plans are produced in 2026, then the utilities don't have to consider Maryland's extensive list of existing climate policies until they're looking at the 2030 planning horizon, like
Yeah.
the mid and the long
Yeah,
term.
why was this language added?
Actually, this was a consensus recommendation from the work group that the commission accepted in one of its orders, because the thought was if you already have initiated a project, you know, you shouldn't have to pull back on that because it's already been initiated. Now, you know,
Well,
you
can we
know,
just,
I
can,
think
can we strike near term to existing? Or, I mean, you don't want to have
take out
this,
near term and just say projects that have already been initiated.
right.
That would address our concern if we added near term earlier in the sentence where it says state policy goals shall be addressed in mid and long term electric plans. It does not say.
No, actually,
near
just
mid-
strike that whole thing. So just, if state policy goals, including other applicable goals and targets, shall not be applied retroactively to projects that have already been initiated. So then, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
I would point out, in I believe Sierra Club's comments and my experience as well, working on these plans and involved in Colorado's distribution system plan right now, can be a long lead cycle for planning and engineering before equipment's purchased and construction is begun. So I think there maybe is some more clear definitions around what that
Yeah,
means.
somebody will come to us and complain about
So if you
about
just
a
sort of
project,
said-
I'm sure. No, but I mean, if we just say, if the point is to not have to go revisit a project that's, sort of halfway constructed.
Right.
Then if we just say you're not going to apply the goals to those projects, but if someone comes and says, well, they really didn't start, then we'll have a complaint and we can look to see whether it's really a project that's been initiated, and then decide whether the policy goals apply to that project. But I think that point of this language is just to say we're not going to have retroactive effect. So, Ms. Harper, does that make sense to you?
Can I actually see what we're proposing?
Yeah, okay.
It's up there.
Perhaps we can change initiated to begin construction
Or-
as
yeah.
like a more specific.
Or
Well,
even projects
so-
that were substantially completed or substantially constructed, because I think initiated is I agree with OPC that it's a term that's a bit unclear. Like, what is initiated? What if any project that?
Initially.
Yeah.
Okay, but it would be, state policy goals shall not be applied retroactively. Well, presumably those goals have already been applied to the projects.
Can I just make a?
But,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes.
I didn't mean to speak.
Yes,
over you.
I'm
Please
sorry.
Finish.
Yes,
Oh,
Ms. Harper.
Okay, so really quickly, I think it's important to understand that in the design phase, we could be expending tens of millions of dollars. So I think initiated has to mean, and we will have probably procured the long lead time items. So I think that this should recognize that initiated starts like in the planning phase early on, and there's a reason for that. You don't want for us to expend $30 million designing a new substation, or and then I guess where am I?
Yeah, okay, so
And then come back and have somebody say, oh, no, the goals have changed now, you need to just get rid of that, that's just stranded cost, that becomes O&M.
Okay, so this is the problem if we put the language in that then you've got state policy goals are not to be applied to projects that should already have had state policy goals applied to them. Because I'm looking at 7801, I mean, including Commissioner Barvey's language. I mean, these are goals that we've been applying for. Funding sources and promoting state goals, and this is from 202. And
Your Honor.
I mean, may
I make one more point?
Please.
So our goals keep changing, right? So we may have planned and started designing under certain goals, and then as you've seen, legislation comes out and it changes the goals. And what we're trying, and that could have if you retroactively apply that, that may have a huge impact on something we've already expended tens of millions of dollars on. That's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, but all this language does is it takes away applying state policy goals to projects that were already initiated. And those projects were approved consistent with state policy goals.
At the time.
Well, but that's always the case. I mean, I guess.
We're concerned that, for instance, let's say we come in a rate case, right? And we've just constructed, in 2000, what are we, 25, we started designing a project based on current, goals. And in 2028, those goals change. But we've already spent 3 years on this project, expended tens of millions of dollars. We come into a rate case, and then someone says, "Oh, that wasn't prudent because you didn't change." These goals and targets that came in 2028 don't fit with what you did, and so, and we're not going to. The other option is we have to stop what we've done and spent tens of millions of dollars on it, change and waste what we've just spent on, and I don't think we could even, for something like a
But you'll raise that in a prudency review. What this language does is it just says that it's not state policy goals that were enacted at some point. It just says state policy goals that are extant at the initiation of each but not retroactively to near-term projects. We can't do that. It doesn't make any sense. We can't apply state policy goals we're actually half the time we haven't even reviewed the plant. So basically what you would be saying to us when you come to us for a prudency review is, oh, by the way, Commission, you can't consider state policy goals because the regulations say that you can't consider state policy goals for projects that were initiated before the system plan. I don't see how we can ever adopt something like that.
It was, well, it looks like it's going away. But again, we wouldn't say you can't do that when someone comes and tries to say we can't recover for it.
Then you'll raise that. You'll raise that at a prudency consideration time.
Understood.
But
thank you.
yeah, no, I'm sorry, the language has to go.
Okay.
Are you in agreement, everybody?
Yeah, I want to make sure I see what they said.
You're violently in agreement. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I had another one to bring up, but I want you to.
Yeah, just,
Okay, so they took it off.
I'm, thank you. I'm concerned that the elimination of that whole section, the reason that the.
Not the whole section, just one.
No, just subsection 1, okay. But the reason that subsection was added, and then the part about the existing projects was added to that, was that the first part of C only refers to the PUA 7801 through 7804 and SEC. It doesn't refer, being that these are long-term regulations, the policy environment will continue to evolve as it has this year. And so that first part in C is limiting. It only limits it to 7801 to 7804, which I'm
Yeah, well,
a big fan.
I don't think that the section even needs to be here. I mean, but
We're following the JADE process map, and if you eliminate it here, it creates problems.
yeah, let's keep
other
it.
places.
So we're gonna keep it, but I don't think it's gonna. I mean, go ahead.
No, can I just suggest then that the best thing to do is just take out the part about 7801 to 7804 and just says the electric system plan shall promote applicable state policy goals and other goals.
As directed by the commission, I think that's fine.
That's fine.
And just put period, because it could be other goals somewhere else. And so, yeah, the unintended consequences. John, is it okay?
I think I understood.
So just put a period after commission. And Ms. Harper, that's okay? I mean, I understand your, yeah, I know. Go ahead.
I apologize. I don't want to complicate things, but I do think it's important to provide a specific reference there. Something to all applicable state goals. The governor, for example, just vetoed a bill that created a new office to focus on planning efforts. So is that suggestive of a new state policy?
And it's pretty, this is pretty broad. So,
I
yeah.
recommend
I would keep the statute in place.
Okay. I mean, it's the support of states' policy goals.
And we would
That's-
agree.
Yeah, okay. So,
How about if I just put state policy goals pursuant and other applicable goals and targets as directed? That way you got the best of both. So I need to get rid of the,
Well, I think as the language currently read, it was modified by the expression as directed by the commission. So the commission wouldn't direct anyone to consider Governor Moore's recent executive order, right?
I'm sorry,
Well, I think because the subclause of pursuant to, like, as directed by the commission pursuant to PUA was the issue, so I think John's recommending reordering that.
yeah, state policy goals are, well, actually, there could be other state, you're right.
and
My mind wasn't catching up.
7801 is support of states' policy goals, greenhouse gas reduction, renewable, I mean, that's pretty broad.
All right.
I did want to say Sierra Club has one more suggestion on part 3. Under part B, it's just a very small change that's consistent with the change that Chair Suchman made in the later part. But under part 3B6, it states, thank you, Mr. Burkowski, I appreciate it. It states electric companies shall consider DERs and VPPs that participate, etc. Instead of consider, I would recommend that we use the term identify pursuant to the change that Chair Suchman made in the other section, a later section. That's all.
So
Yeah, because otherwise, why would you, I mean, you consider them how?
Well, so if we say identify, then we have to go out and find all the VPPs and DERs that participate in the PJM market. That's a totally, it totally changes the meaning. It's one thing, if we consider them, we would identify them in the report, right, or in the plan. But
Okay, so you would consider them for purposes of dealing with constraints or with,
however we might,
Okay.
as applicable, we would consider them, and then we would report that. But if you put identify, what that's telling us to do is go out and find every single DER and VPP.
yeah, that actually does change, because what they're doing here is they're considering, so it's not just DERs and VPPs that help the grid, the distribution system grid, but also are participating in the wholesale market, but also can have an effect on. So it is a different, yeah, okay.
Okay.
And I think that makes sense.
Okay, that's
Okay.
Thank you.
I apologize. I hate to go backwards, but but the language, the hanging language, applicable state policy goals, to me, that is so ambiguous. I mean, the governor could change, the administration could change.
No, we're keeping
We have
Article
a-
7-1.
Okay, I didn't see that in the.
Yeah, we
draft.
put it back
Okay.
in.
Okay.
All right, yeah, Mr. Burkowski, you have to put it back in.
I missed something, because where am I putting something back?
You're
in?
putting this, the 7801,
Oh,
right, we're gonna put that back in. I mean, mostly because the 7801 is so broad that it includes everything.
Yes, and 7801 specifically says these are the state policy goals.
Right,
So-
right. No, I like that too, so, okay.
so
Yeah,
do
1,
I,
2, 3, 4.
if I get rid of the, I just want to make sure I have this right, because I had it there, I took it out. So,
John,
the-
I think the change was that we're adding and other applicable goals and targets as directed by the.
Yeah, that's here.
That was the addition, and everything else.
Yeah,
stays
just
the
gonna, I
same.
think you're gonna move that up.
No, I think it was up. He was moving so that the commission direction is not hemmed in by the being pursuant to those.
Right. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Unless that's where they'll always live, I guess.
All right, going once, going twice.
Okay, good, all right, next. OPC.
Going up a little bit, this was not in our comments, but pursuant to our earlier conversation, B2 has the same near-term and longer-term objective format, which we had mirrored in our discussion about how DER forecasting should evolve. And so if the commission's not comfortable with that, I wanted to flag that as a potential space to make an edit. Apologies. We had talked earlier when OPC was presenting its proposed edits on DER forecasting. We had used a near-term, longer-term formatting that was meant to mirror what was consensus in B2. And so I wanted to flag for the commission that might be something that the commission would want to edit if they were.
Yeah, maybe not today, but you know, it may be, and especially because once you get this up and running, then you won't have a near-term objective anymore. You're just going to have a planning process, so you're probably going to need to change this anyway.
Hosting capacities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the next one that we'd like to discuss for a minute is hosting capacity. So section B, F.
B,
Is that
F.
B? Is that B?
F.
3.
Sorry. Section 3, Chapter 3, Regulation F. Hosting
3F,
capacity assessment on
okay.
A8, Appendix A, A8.
Okay.
This is one where, you know, Mr. Borkowski as the work group leader for interconnection and then as sort of guest star on the DSB work group. We had a lot of back and forth on this, so I think our edits here, understanding the kind of, I think, discussion this morning about, well, actually, I don't know that we got to it. I mixed in my head. I think the comments alluded to, or maybe Mr. Borkowski in the opening comments alluded to not wanting to have different regulations in the hosting capacity or in the interconnection regulations as this one. But I'd like to bring up that these are all meant to sort of advance a more holistic view of the methodology and the scope of hosting capacity assessment to include both load and DER and how different solutions interact and how different methodologies can actually lead to increases in hosting capacity. As I understand it, the interconnection working group was looking to the DSP working group as hopefully moving forward those holistic designs and frameworks. And I think this is a prime example of where repeatedly when attempting to discuss it in the working group, it was sort of shut down because it's under the purview of the interconnection working group. And so we really didn't make substantial progress on this, although these edits were sort of circulated in earlier versions of our comments. And I just would pause there for any questions on
Yeah,
that
well, this one seems, I mean, this is important, but it seems like the kind of thing that you want to take back and work with the interconnection working group, because you do want to have, you really want to have a hosting capacity that looks both to load and load profiles. And so what do you
Yeah, in my role as interconnection work group leader, you know, we only developed some of these hosting capacity methodologies because there wasn't a distribution system planning work group that had developed regulations. So we developed regulations. I would like to get rid of that in the interconnection work group because I really feel like the methodologies for dealing with hosting capacity should be in distribution system planning.
Right.
And it was only in interconnection because it needed to be there to do other things. And now we got to bridge the two. So that, you know, but I think, what's being discussed here is more than just hosting capacity. You know, hosting capacity traditionally has always been considered, you know, the capacity to be able to interconnect DERs. What is being discussed here is more of a bi-directional element to hosting capacity. And I don't think that has really had proper discussion in the work group. I do agree that is probably where things need to go in the future. In fact, you know, so that we're considering load and, reductions in load, for instance, similar to, increases in DERs and things like that. But without proper discussion in the work group, I think it's a little premature, but I do think it's something that needs to be addressed going
Right,
forward.
certainly V2G, I mean, we need to be able to know what we can do there.
Right.
So, and especially if you'd like to move the work that you've already done into the system planning process working
Right.
group, That makes a lot of sense. So I think all of this stuff is going to find its way into the next round of review. So that makes sense. Did you have something
David
there?
Cathan for Sierra Club. I just wanted to, as a member of both this DSP work group and the interconnection work group, I support what John is proposing.
Okay.
And I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I would just add, I think V to G and bidirectional charging, and that is maybe proper purview for future deliberation. But the addition we made on what is that? So we under our red lines 4F4 Part A on A9, page A9, is just related to using either real, meaning some kind of, I think there was a comment earlier, it's not just AMI for real-time data, it could be data from smart inverters or other things to give you an accurate solar profile or reasonable estimates. I think the current language just speaks to developing a circuit-specific calculation, which you could just say, okay, I'm going to take the nameplate, meaning maximum output of solar, which is typically done, divided by my minimum daytime load, which is when you might be at risk of solar pushing back to the substation and damaging some equipment. So we recommend that could be ready for adoption today, just sort of trying to emphasize that that should be more rigorous, but I'll obviously defer to the decision.
Yeah,
John's
I'd like
opinion.
to take this back because I actually think this is actually pretty. It's going to be really important, sort of moving forward, and especially if you're going to be taking on some of the work that the interconnection working group has been doing. Then I think it really does work best to bring it back to the work group.
Okay.
So,
We agree.
okay, good. Thank you.
I know we're going through OPCs, but we only have 2 edits, and one of them is here, so I don't know if you want to address it now or wait till we finish OPC.
Well, why don't we just? I think we're just kind of going through the section now. Unless somebody has, I mean, that's Mr. Brukowski. You wanted us to just go through the section, right?
Well, I was hoping that the stakeholders would, limit their comments of things that need to be done now. And, to some extent, I'm hoping that OPC has almost completed their comments and we can go on to Exelon.
Yeah, and he's being really subtle in that. So where is OPC in their comments?
We have some additional comments on the assessment of results section. That's section L. But just as a high level point, like part of the reason that we have such specificity here is because, as discussed earlier, this process has gone on over nearly 10 years at this point. We've not been able to get significant regulations.
But you're going to get them today. So that's some of what you should take back is that we're moving, we're getting the regulations in, we're gonna, and then there's gonna still be a lot of work to be done, and so we're not finished by any stretch, and so that's kind of what the message is from Mr. Brukowski now is that let's take what we have. You've made terrific progress, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And some of the work is going to be not necessarily in regulation, but it could certainly be in the order that we're going to issue, and then the engagement that the commission is going to be in the work that you're going to be doing to get the planning process up and running.
So to that point, we ask that the commission be very specific and clear in its direction, because we've seen how previous commission orders have been misinterpreted. We saw earlier discussions about, is it problematic to have metrics duplicated in multiple dockets? And that came from misinterpretation of previous commission orders. And so I think having that clarity moving forward and clear timelines for when the commission expects this further work be something OPC would appreciate.
And I would just add, maybe not the word isn't misinterpreted previous orders with respect to the duplication, because I think the previous commission order was pretty clear saying where something exists, we don't agree with the need to copy and paste at this time. But as earlier, I just wanted to correct also the sort of assumption brought up when referencing the 120 metrics. I think only, as I mentioned, only 15 of those were actually adopted in COMAR. And the rest, I think it was maybe the correct way I would put it, is an overly broad assumption of what the commission meant by yielding to other work groups where they're responsible, which means not to punt to them completely and abrogate some sort of, due diligence on the part of the distribution system working group, but to work in collaboration. And it was hard. It's hard to put that onus on stakeholders to say.
So I guess,
"Do
but I
you
guess
need
the
to-"
question is now, do you have any specific recommendations on language changes to this section?
So yeah, this would be section L, which is the assessment of results section. This is on page A11 or 67 of the PDF
Right.
of OPC's comments.
Okay.
I have it.
I have it.
It's up here.
And I think these are, it is a lot of words. It's late in the day, so I think earlier, based on that discussion, these were again put in here to reflect the fact that the metrics discussion was so heavy-handed of saying that's the Empower working group, that's the electric vehicle working group. So we tried to weave in here with coordination with other non-utility stakeholders who agreed that, including staff in some respects, that having a two-way street called out in the regulations would be beneficial. But if the commission decides that's more appropriate for the order, I think we'd be okay with that.
I'd like to say, I think that there's been a mischaracterization of this punting to other working, of our positions. So I'd like to maybe not characterize what other stakeholders have or haven't done, because I don't think that it's appropriately doing it. I think maybe just stick on what your position is and what you believe is right.
Right. Okay. So I think, it seems to me that we can keep the language that's here, this is really sort of an assessment of how the utilities have done, and so we have lots of tools, in our toolbox of ways that we can look to see how they've done. And so some of this is just a repetition of what's in previous sections of the regulation. Mr. Brykowski, do you think that there's anything that we need to add at this point?
I don't, especially because there's a feedback loop built in section regulation 04, where they provide the assessment, and then people can challenge those assessments.
Right. I'm just looking at it, and it seems a little redundant to what's in
Yeah.
other places. So I think we'll keep what's here now. Then the Exelon has a couple of OPC is, you're finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have no further comments, although I would note that Appendix C references additional topics that we think did need further discussion in the work group process in order to come to final language, and we would ask that be included in part of the commission's order for further action.
Okay, we'll take a look. Okay, so yes.
Really quick ones.
Very quick.
I think they're really quick. They should be.
Okay.
So the first is in F, where we were. We have one in F and one in H. So let's do F first. In F3, it says, shall establish methodologies for calculating available hosting capacity. In COMAR 20.50.09.06 Q3, we already have language that requires us to adopt procedures for calculating hosting capacity, and it's different. It says a utility shall have a procedure for calculating hosting capacity accounting for either gross peak or gross minimum loading based on good engineering practice. I would suggest we strike what's in here because it's already required here it's already in COMAR. And then you're going to have duplicative language, this one being more ambiguous than the
Right,
other.
so Mr. Prokowski?
Yeah, doubling back to my earlier comments, I am going to remove hosting capacity from those regulations or at least proposed to that work group, so it will no longer be redundant. Again, we had to develop some things because distribution.
So that was from the interconnection working group.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And you know, and if anybody's uncomfortable having two regulations, I can immediately request, you know, that that be waived upon implementation. You know, the interconnection regs that refer to the hosting capacity
Right. Just
calculation.
in the short
I can
term.
request that be waived once these become effective and before we can get them out.
Right. Are you comfortable with that? So then you'll just have the methodologies under this section.
Yeah, and
Okay.
are we going to talk about how the interconnection ones are incorporated in the next iteration, Mr. Barkowski?
They're going to be struck.
I think it's up to the distribution system planning work group where it wants to go with hosting capacity.
Right, but the hosting capacity in the interconnection, from the interconnection working group, that provision will be struck.
For the calculations, I think that where hosting capacity needs to be in the interconnection is really related to providing hosting capacity maps and things of that nature. I really do think that belongs in interconnection because of the fact that it's important, you know, to interconnection applicants to have those hosting capacity. I think in general there probably needs to be, you know, a little bit of collaboration between the two work groups to figure out, you know, where to draw the lines.
Okay.
But
Does that take care of your issue?
So maybe, because I'm not really sure what we're doing. So the reason that I keep referring back to the existing one is that's how we do it now. And so I don't want to have us suddenly, you know, change. So if we can maybe waive this until we figure out how to integrate, or strike just that portion until we figure out how to integrate the hosting capacity calculations in.
Well, I would be against that only because we're not prescriptive in the DSP section F on how what your methodology for calculating is at this point. But it is prescriptive in the interconnection regs. But I think as you heard from OPC, they'd like to be able to propose, you know, changing some of these methodologies. So I think if we just put it in the DSP work group to, you know, make future modifications, that's where it belongs, and get rid of the level of specificity that's currently in the interconnection regs. That's where I really feel like we need to land on this.
That makes sense. Okay. So the next provision that you wanted to address.
So the next one is in 3H1B. And we think it's a Scribner's error that when we were finalizing these, we had two duplicative requirements. And so this is, okay, so it used to say electric, taking out the stuff that we changed. Electric companies shall, here it would say, identify cost-effective non-wire solutions considered. And when it came out, when we combined or got rid of one of them, we got rid of cost-effective. So we viewed that as a Scribner's error, which was not how it was characterized that we did it by OPC, but that was the process, was that there were two duplicative ones, and in the process of getting rid of one of them, we got rid of cost-effective too. So that was our understanding of it.
I'm confused. So you don't like the way it's been redrafted. So electric companies shall identify non-wire solutions considered to address system constraints.
They want to add cost-effective.
No, you know what? I think with the rewrite, and I apologize, I think with the rewrite, we're comfortable with it.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
I like that. Okay. All right, so OPC's done. Are all the utilities done, including SMECO? Staff, anybody else have any changes, modifications,
We
going
need
once,
to go-
twice, boom.
Well, we said we would clean up with definitions.
Yeah, but we've got one more from Sierra Club. Okay, go ahead. That's fine. Yeah, okay, so other than definitional section, everybody's good with where we are. I think we just wore them down. Okay.
I think staff has one more in H. I'm sorry. H2A, where we have may. I think we're electing to have shall. Is that, I don't know if that changes. H2. H2A. Where there's may, yeah, we have may there. I think we would like to have shall there.
Yeah, it's right here. It's
Yeah, that probably is a.
Snaps.
What page are we on?
So just
This
go
is,
some more.
I think this is,
Yeah, but that's snaps.
page 9, I believe.
While you're looking, I'll note that Exelon Maryland Utilities was okay with that change.
You're okay with that change? Okay, then just change it to shall.
It's changed.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent.
All right, so what
Shall.
definition are we going for from Sierra Club? I can't recall.
Okay, thank you. So we just have a concern over one definition, and it's more of a process concern and not as opposed to more of a substantive one. But it's definition 21, the definition of stakeholder. So we're simply concerned that participating in this process requires formal intervention, which could be a barrier to entry because it often requires retaining an attorney and filing formal paperwork, et cetera. We just thought, like many other processes, and there are other dockets in which individuals, like members of the public, are simply allowed to provide comments, as we've seen in a number of other, like case number 9478, we've seen members of the public file comments. So we just wanted to change the phrase granted leave to intervene to participates, or something that's more accommodating of members of the public weighing in and providing comments.
Right, so I guess the question is, stakeholder is used how in the regulation?
Yeah, stakeholder is able to ask discovery of the utilities,
what I worried
and that's what we were worried about when we developed the stakeholder definition.
Right,
Is
so
if you
anybody
make it
can-
too broad.
Right, so anybody can participate in the process, but if you want to engage in discovery, you need to be a stakeholder.
I mean, you can do just like you do with other cases, grant people interested party,
right.
things of that nature. But I think if you really open it up very widely, it might be way too burdensome to deal with, and that's why we try to put some guardrails around it and using the existing statute language.
Okay, I think that's fine. I'm just concerned because it looks like in part, I believe it's part 4G, comments filed by, it seems as though comments, though it's a bit ambiguous, comments seem to be restricted to stakeholders. Like it doesn't, there just aren't mentions of interested parties being permitted to participate in the technical
Okay,
conference.
can we change that to comments shall be filed by any stakeholder or other interested parties? Certainly, you want to be able to file comments. It's just it's the discovery piece that can be sort of, so that would take care of your concern.
Yeah, as long as
Okay.
members of the public can participate in the technical conference.
So is there any reason why we're creating the word stakeholder as opposed to saying party or one of the
Because that's a
phrases?
statute definition.
Stakeholder is one
Yeah.
being used? That's
Yeah, I think.
not in 3106.
Okay, so it's
I think we got it right from there.
The phrase stakeholder?
yeah. If I may, there's
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Bartlett just reminded me that there are multiple other procedural provisions in which it's only stakeholders that have the opportunity to participate. So, for example, in Part for C, data collection, electric companies shall, identify opportunities to collect stakeholder inputs. In Part D, again, it refers to opportunities for stakeholders to provide feedback. And then Part E also refers to stakeholder feedback. So I'm just concerned that this is becoming like a more restricted proceeding in which it's harder for members of the public to engage, including federal grant recipients, for example.
Okay, so I'm assuming, would Exelon have a problem with party engagement that goes beyond stakeholder parties?
So not for the comments. We would agree with Sierra Club that anyone should be able to file comments, but we did want to keep the statutory definition of stakeholder because we have concerns about the volume of information and feedback that we would have to respond to. I mean, just there could be hundreds of people that file comments who may consider themselves stakeholders and provide feedback, and we have to respond to all of that feedback. It could just get very cumbersome and, just really grow, and particularly the data requests. And also we have, as the commission knows, CEII materials.
That's what I was worried about, the
I have a lot
CEI
of
stuff.
security concerns about
Yeah.
the level of data that we're giving out to anyone who just files a comment.
Right.
And that's where the intervener information comes in, because then it can be up to the commission if someone has a need for that information. We have like FERC requirements to keep CEII material confidential and so on. And I think I would be concerned that now we're just dispensing this material very broadly, and we wouldn't be able to manage who has it. It's very concerning. So this was also a consensus definition until these comments. So we weren't aware that.
Right.
But I do agree that stakeholders obviously should be able to. Anyone should be able to file comment.
Right, so I think if we can just make sure that stakeholders and other parties, other interest parties can file comments.
We would agree with that.
Okay.
So,
All right, so
Wait, so Mr.
I'm sorry,
Commissioner Litt?
I see the definition we have references 3-106. That's proceedings in intervention section of
Right.
Public Utilities article. But, I mean, that's referencing the process for intervening in a case. Typically, that references parties, and that's when you get into party rights, things of that sort. But we've created a new term.
yeah,
I'm just trying to make sure we're not creating a term we don't have to create. Because it sounds to me like this is just a party in the case.
yeah, a little clarification. I think I misspoke earlier when I said stakeholder was defined in the statute. The process to intervene is defined in the statute,
Right.
and we just applied it to the term stakeholder. And
So we normally use that same process for the term party. I guess it's not a problem to create a new term if we want to do it here for the CSNA. But I don't have a problem with that if everybody understands that's what we're doing. So,
yeah, I think
That's kind
Jacob provided some light on the fact that stakeholder is a term used in the act.
it's in the act, right?
Right. So I think that's.
So are we? So I guess Jacob, is that what we are?
So I was just pointing out where stakeholder was used. On this point, I mean, we if you want my view on whether we should have a definition of stakeholder and what it should mean, I guess it is a point of contention, so the commission probably should make a ruling on it today. And we would certainly want there to be broad public participation in the process. And the discovery procedures that we had presented, we had a provision in there that would provide different levels of discovery rights to different parties, and it would really follow the same pattern that the commission follows.
I'm less concerned about the discovery, and I'm much more concerned about the CEIIs.
Right.
That is so because we have no way of control, and they're going to get a lot of data that could be potentially troublesome, and people who want to file comments are not going to care about the CIs. So I think to Commissioner Linton's point, I guess the question is, do you need to have a definition of stakeholder? Is there a definition of stakeholder in the COMAR?
I don't believe so, because
No, okay.
that's why we
Okay.
developed this.
So what's the definition of stakeholder that you want to use? Because it sounds like you're using the intervention provision as a, so is there a better definition for stakeholder?
Well, I think the intervention part was, who's allowed to submit discovery. But certainly, we can add interested persons everywhere else where, to provide feedback is, type commentary is, but I think, we really should limit discovery to people who are granted leave to intervene.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, no, please.
Well, that was my concern. I think we would talk from the same place, but that's why I was trying to follow
Right.
through with the stakeholder part, because 3106 stakeholder party whatever is full. I mean, they're all the way in, they get everything. So
Yeah.
there's no controlling that, and there is no intervener or interested person definition afterwards. So if we have two different categories, we're going to need to have that here, so that we're clear about who gets access, who's a party full throttle, and who is able to get some information but not everything. And the commission has this challenge all the time. So
Right.
it's we're just dealing with the same thing over again.
Well, my question, it sounds like we got interested persons and we got stakeholders, and stakeholders are granted discovery, and interested persons can ask questions and provide comments.
Well, are you going to define interested person?
Well, that's the question. Do I need to define interested
I don't
persons?
think you call them interested persons. You can just call them a person, because
Okay.
a stakeholder means a person, and then these other things attached to them. So if they're not granted leave to intervene, then they're just a person.
I could do that.
But then, if someone can just go through this now, so we don't have a problem, can
Well, we use stakeholder, let's go,
That's what I'm just
I think
using.
only in Regulation 4 are we really using stakeholders, so, and I think that I already changed,
you have it in 3 also.
Yeah.
do I?
My
Yeah.
concern would be, like, if we had that limitation as an intervener, and now we're gonna go through and just change it to person, I think we might need to evaluate where.
Oh, no, there's stakeholders and persons.
Okay.
So a person, allows a stakeholder or, I guess, other persons. But person is still defined here to be somebody who is a stakeholder that was granted leave to intervene.
All right, so this is Regulation 3.4. I think it's still appropriate to use stakeholders there. If you can look at,
Right, because this is all data.
right. So we get down to, so that's the only place it's used in 3. Then we get to 4. We say stakeholder. Do we need to change that? And can I just get rid of stakeholder and just say engagement process so that
Good
we're not?
idea.
So let me,
Is there a way to do maybe a word search so we can?
I've been
That's what
doing
he's
it.
doing.
Okay.
Well, in '04, it comes up in data collection.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
using the
All right,
computer.
so do we need to put persons here? I mean,
Yeah.
the data collection, I'm not sure that should be
No.
persons,
I
No,
think that should say stakeholder.
I think that should be stakeholder.
right? And here we, opportunity for stakeholders and persons.
And other persons, because a stakeholder is a person.
Okay, and other persons, so it belongs here.
Madam
So,
Chair?
Right.
so the next one is in E. I guess since we refer to D here, I guess they could provide feedback, so, and other persons belongs here.
Yeah. Oh, just singular, other person feedback. Or feedback from other persons, but I think this other person feedback.
All right. So,
May I ask, are we leaving stakeholder to mean intervener and then adding person?
Yeah.
Stakeholders in many cases, according to I've got 2 pages of process that becomes.
The stakeholder has to file to intervene, because they're gonna get access
Right.
to critical data. And so
If-
we're gonna have
if
some
they're allowed.
sense of control.
all right, so we got it in G. H, venue for stakeholders and other persons, belongs there too.
John, it's in D.
I already covered D, I think.
Okay. Align index and assumptions, run analysis. E.
He's
I've
got
done
that.
those.
He's
Okay.
got those.
So,
If I just wanted to point one thing out is I believe that the public utilities article also defines person. So we just want to make sure if we're.
Do you have a site?
I actually am embarrassed to say I left my statute upstairs. I want to say it's 1-101W.
Yeah, it's just like,
It's like
just
basically-
everybody.
It's like everybody, yeah.
Everybody's person.
so that would be appropriate still then.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So we probably need it here too. I really want to say feedback from other persons, but that would be a non-substantive change that we could make after we go through that.
Yeah.
So it is 1-101W. But it's very broad. Although, well, yeah, it's very broad and includes just individuals, so that's probably broad enough.
Okay, so
That may be it.
yeah, subject to non-substantive changes.
Right.
It is.
Right.
Let me just, yes.
Okay.
So I think we got them all.
All right. So are we done?
I would ask the audience.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, are we done with intervener or are we done with the whole thing?
Well, we thought we were done with the whole thing, but go ahead.
I hate to do
That's
that.
all right.
Yeah, just on interveners, I don't know that we got it in H, which is the annual technical conference. So just want to make sure. We did make some recommendations in our comments, noting this limitation of the definition of stakeholders as it was, or I guess is, that the importance of getting the information to the interested public and involving the interested public is something that we would ask the commission to consider. There are a couple of ways that can be done. It can be done by sending out notices, perhaps.
But we do
Is
that.
that the usual kind of thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
But also the possibility of having the utilities work with organizations that represent key segments of their population, like the elderly or community associations or others, to identify ways to interact with those, to bring in that participation. And we would like to have some thought given to the process of actually carrying out the intention of establishing broad public participation.
I think that's something that, I think that's a good idea. I mean, we're always struggling to get community engagement. Bringing that up in the work group, I think, would be a good idea.
So I know we want to leave. I have one thing. I have a definitional issue related to the definition of system constraints. And I submitted some very late supplemental comments on the 16th regarding this, after I actually had a chance to talk with staff, and staff talked with council, and they said, well, this is probably worth considering in this meeting. By way of apologies, the week after the week after the regulations came out in draft, I had a kidney stone. I was hospitalized. I've had 2 surgical procedures since then, and so I didn't get to read all of the comments submitted by everybody until last week. And when I did that, I read the comments of the the Exelon utilities, and realized that they substantially focused on the planning process being focused on system constraints. So I went back and I looked at the definition of system constraints. And the definition of system constraints as it is now, it says basically, specific violations caused by physical characteristics of the electric distribution system exceeding utility planning criteria, the result of which would threaten the safe and reliable delivery of power. It's focused simply on overloads and safe and reliable delivery of power, which of course is the job that the utilities are already carrying out, as they remind us frequently. So I went back through the history of that definition, and it turns out that in our early versions of these regulations, the February 26th version that was sent out had definitions of some very important things related to grid modernization, like core grid function, grid services, demand management, DER aggregation, grid interactive efficiency building, and V2G, but it didn't have a definition for grid needs, and it didn't have a definition for system constraints. Then in March, those same definitions, that broad range of definitions, were carried forward, but added two new definitions, one for system constraints and one for grid needs. And system constraints was the content now, but had an added example that talked about load addition and load management that clearly connected it to something broader than just overload in the existing system. And grid needs talked about, for example, including DER expansion as part of a grid need. But grid needs, as it's currently defined, is limited to dealing with system constraints as currently defined. And so we went then and looked through, actually in 7 places in Regulation 03 and in 7 places in Regulation 04, system constraint is defined as the objective of many of the key aspects of the planning process. Just system constraints, just makes it says system constraint. And so then I went and looked back at the Exelon comments, and they basically look at system constraints as being the focus of their comments in many cases, and the only 2 metrics that they provide are basically system constraint resolution on overload conditions defined as overload conditions identified in substations, and feeder overload conditions defined as overload conditions identified on substations that require remediation. These are both called system constraint resolution, and those are the only 2 things that the Exelon plan focuses on in terms of what they would propose as metrics. The concern is that that very narrow definition of system constraints, which then feeds over into defining what grid needs are, if you look at that definition, basically limits what this whole process is about in a way that I think is constraining.
Okay, so do you have recommended changes?
We do have suggested language. We would suggest, I'll just say it.
It's up on the screen.
I can't possibly read that. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We simply add to the part about overloads and so on and so forth, as well as limitations to the system that impede effective management of new load, expansion of DERs, response to location of value, or other actions required to meet the state's energy and greenhouse gas reduction goals.
Okay, so, and that may be important language to add, but as, sort of consistent with how we've been approaching this, this is language I'd like you to take back to the work group, because it does change the nature of system constraints. I mean, it goes way beyond that. So that would be my recommendation, is to bring it back. Remember, this is an iterative process, and we're not done by any stretch.
No, I just wouldn't want the regulation to establish the definition as is now without being at least ordered to revisit it, because it is way too narrow, and it is.
Well, it is literally the traditional definition. So you're thinking about expanding the scope of the idea of constraints, and it may be that makes sense, or that it could go another place. But it's sort of beyond the scope of our consideration today.
If I may, just a central part of the plan development process is the grid's needs determination. And if you define grid needs based only on the definition of system constraints that's there, then we were all thinking these definitional changes happened really without much attention to them because we were all focused on the core content of the regulations. And we were thinking of the whole thing that we've been talking about here, the expansion, the modernization, the inclusion of DERs, the V to grid charging, battery storage, all those other things. But this definition, as it ended up, without really anyone noticing it, has potentially creates a restriction that I think is inappropriate. That's all.
Okay. Well, we're going to keep the definition as is, but invite you to continue to engage with the work group. Any other comments? Okay. So I move to publish the following proposed new chapter and new regulations in accordance with today's proceeding in the Maryland Register for notice and comment, subject to non-substantive changes necessary to conform to COMAR drafting requirements. So to add the following new chapter, COMAR 20.50.15 electric system planning, and to add the following new regulations, COMAR 20.50.15.01 applicability, COMAR 20.50.15.02 definitions, COMAR 20.50.15.03 electric system planning process, COMAR 20.50.15.04 electric system plan, annual electric system plan update, and preliminary electric system plan, development, reporting, and engagement process, COMAR 20.50.15.05 electric system planning metrics, and COMAR 20.50.15.06 legislative reporting requirements. Commissioner Linton?
Aye.
Commissioner Barve?
Aye.
Commissioner Richard?
Aye.
Chair Hoover?
Aye.
And I vote aye, and with that, we're adjourned.